Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Bunny's Lair. We are hanging out to wish everybody a happy and Merry Christmas and to talk a little guns, reloading on this hallowed night before Christmas. So, if anybody's out there in the chat yet, thanks for coming in and stopping by.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Thanks for being out here, Miss Kitty. You rock.
A Festivus for the rest of us.
Dead Horse, what have you been up to this fine day, Christmas Eve?
Preparing for tomorrow, I guess.
Just preparing for tomorrow, I guess. It's pretty much a little bit of everything, honestly.
Did you put any reindeer or lights up this year?
A Christmas tree outside. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's cool. That's one thing I wanted to do this year. I wanted to hang the lights and everything, and just I never got to it. I wish I did.
Yeah, I don't even like and I'm kind of like over the whole decorating Christmas lights and all that kind of stuff. So I came up with a real, easy thing is you get one of the fake Christmas trees with the lights already built into it, right? During the summertime, you put it in your backyard, put a birdhouse on it, bird feeder or whatever, right? And it's in your backyard. It looks like a tree. Birds hang out and eat and stuff. And then in the wintertime, you put it in the front yard, plug it in. There's your Christmas lights, Christmas tree, boom. It's just that simple.
Oh, I'll be damned. I never thought of that.
Yeah. It's just a fake tree. The weather doesn't hurt it. Yeah.
Yeah, my son put his tree up this year because my wife and me have a little tree that we normally use. And because normally we do traditional real tree, but this last couple of years the kids are older, so we decided to shrink down. And then my son and his girlfriend bought a big old tree, and they had it in their room. And this year they put it out in the living room, and I'm like, I'm not touching it, man. If I touch one thing and something breaks, I'm gonna get blamed on this expensive tree. So I'm like, son, put it together, and I'll help you hang stuff on it, but I'm not rigging it because I'm not going to get blamed.
Especially if the whole tree collapses.
Yeah,
like a vacation Christmas.
Exactly, or the electrical shorts out or something like it's a pre-wired tree. I'm thinking, man, I am not doing it. No way, because I know my luck. My luck, no sirree, Bob, not happening. Now, see, you guys Christmas time for you guys, are your families coming over or are they staying away because of COVID? What's going on with you guys?
Everyone lives far away, so it's just a close family with the kids,
Okay. See, my mom, this is the first time in 53 years I'm not going to have Christmas breakfast with my mom. She's afraid of this COVID so bad that she says, I'm staying home. We didn't have her for Thanksgiving. We're not going to have her for Christmas. We're not going to have her for New Year's. She's here with us alive, but she's just not going to share it with us. So,
well, it's the elderly that you do have to be careful about.
Oh, sure.
Right. So
absolutely.
That's the ones that it actually is killing, right? So
my oldest son, every year, my mother makes him enchiladas. And so my oldest starts crying. My youngest wants it too, so he's crying. So my mom heard about it, so she made him. So I asked my son today, my oldest son, Nicholas, I said, could you pick him up on the way? Because he's coming from Sacramento, and he has to pass Ripon, where my mom lives, coming to Turlock. I don't know, because that might make it hard with the baby, because we're going to be traveling when he's napping. I'm like, he's 2 years old. He's old enough to be able to sit in the car and relax. So I drove to her house. Plus, I got a chance to see her on Christmas Eve. So that made me happy. But I was like, you guys want this, and you're making dear old one-legged dad drive across the freeway in this traffic to get your food. Crazy.
Yep.
But what are we going to do? We do everything for our kids. I mean, okay, put it this way. Do your children will reload with you? Or David? David, you don't have kids, right, Echo?
Yeah, I don't have any kids.
But if you did, you'd have them in there with you, participating, teaching the skill. I have two boys, and I've tried my damnedest to get them in here to learn. And
Do you know why?
because dear
I'll
old
tell
dad
you why.
takes all the ammunition they could shoot.
That's not even quite it. It's the fact that you are dad. What you need to do is see if they had a friend that did it, then they would be all about it. Okay. If they, something like that's why. So if they had a friend that was into it, then they would be into it. And
I tried my damnedest, guys.
and it's the fact that you are dad is why. It's not the fact that you do it for them. It's just the fact that you're dad. So like my best advice, like when they're young, it's different. When they're young, like it's actually easy to get them in there building guns, reloading, whatever. When they get older in their teenage years, that's when they want to, they want to separate themselves. They want to do their own thing, be their own boss and all that. And they look at that. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter that it's reloading or building guns or whatever. They look at it as a chore because they're doing it with dad. So there's a period like when they're young, they'll do it. When they're in their teenage years, that's when they want that, that freedom type thing. And then when they get older, usually in their, early to mid 20s, that's when they'll come back around. So
I'm already there, buddy.
Well, maybe not quite yet. Give it another couple of years.
I hope so. Because I told them, I said, you guys, I got a list written down what I believe things are valued at, kind of market price. In case I kick the bucket tomorrow, at least they can get mom money out of this stuff. And I'm just like, I was telling my oldest, I'm like, you know what? If I die tomorrow, you're not going to know how to do any of this. Now, you might watch our videos, and they do watch I think my oldest son, Nicholas, watched my videos, and I don't think he's even subbed to his dear old dad. But he watches some of your guys' videos too. But it's just, I'm like, let me show you. Let me get. And my oldest used to, when he was young, like you're saying, he would pull the handle and put the brass on and deprime for me. And all of a sudden, that video game era clicked in, and that was it. Don't want to do it. They love shooting all my ammo, but they don't want to do it.
Yeah, just from like being a kid, I can remember when hanging out with the friends, like Dead Horse is saying, it just seems to be like it was like fishing. I really wasn't into fishing until somebody else started fishing with me, and my dad was always into fishing, so he had multiple fishing reels and tackle boxes. He fished freshwater and salt, and so once my friends thought it was cool, then I kind of got on board with it and ended up doing a lot of fishing through my youth, where I can see, especially being in California, where a lot of the people don't see that, firearms and bullets and reloading. A lot of them just aren't exposed to it, whether what their political view is on it has nothing really to do with just no exposure. So if you're hanging out with a bunch of people that don't do these things, most likely you're not going to be interested in doing them. That's why in different areas, you'll see sometimes in rural communities, more kids are into hunting, fishing, and reloading, just because it's more around them. Like everybody they know does it. The kids are learning from the dad learned from his dad, and like traditions.
Makes sense. It just drives me nuts. You want to carry this on, and it's just like,
Yeah, it is one of those things. I mean, and it goes that way with a lot of things, whether it's, working on cars or reloading, or, it's that way for a lot of things. And every kid is also different. But I think in their teenage years, there's a certain period in their teenage years where the kids feel like they need their independence, right? And they kind of look at doing anything with dad as like stifling that, I think. It doesn't matter what it really is. And, that's why I said, like, once they get a friend that's into it or something, that's when they'll come back around and say, oh, and they'll think, oh, hey, I got a friend that's reloading and shooting. Maybe I need to go talk to dad and, have him help me get into this. So then that way they have something to talk to their friend about, like, and not look like a dumbass.
Yeah, I got you.
Curtis, what's going on, brother? The Squatch Man. Merry Christmas to everyone. We just thought we'd have a little chit chat since we knew people would probably be cooking, wrapping presents, and doing stuff, and give you a little time to listen or just get out of the aggravation for a minute, take a breather.
Man, I need new glasses, and I just got glasses. I'm trying to write someone's email down he sent to me. I'm like, geez, I'm blind.
What you need to do is get some of these things I've got, Willie, for when I'm reloading and doing rifle work and stuff like that.
You'll have to show me it later, buddy, so I can
Yeah,
take a look at it.
look at the screen.
Oh, yeah, I got those, and I also got the great, wonderful old, ooh, I see you, you see me. I see we're perfect family. I'm trying to remember. Oh, okay. Now I'm gonna throw. This is way old school. Probably you guys might not get it, but I'm thinking Vanessa Kitty might remember Romper Room. I see Will, and I see Echo, and I see this. Oh, you remember Romper Room, Vanessa Kitty? Oh, that was one of my favorite shows growing up. She would have one of these, and it'd be nothing in here, and she'd pretend to see everyone's family. It was just, something stupid back in the days, but
Cody.
That was on for like 50 years, man.
Was it that long?
Oh, dude, there was black and white episodes that turned into color. Like, that's how long it was on.
I loved it, man. I just dug it. And Captain Kangaroo. Gotta have Captain Kangaroo.
Captain Kangaroo.
Absolutely.
Hey, do you guys remember the Great Space Coaster?
No, I don't.
They used to have this show, and it was like, it looked like a convertible old 70s station wagon. And it was like this great space coaster, and they would take off and go like all over the freaking place. And I remember the like the music, but I can't. And I remember one of the characters, the guys in it, had curly hair, and it was like it was.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Yes, I remember that now.
And it was like the Great Space Coaster.
Yeah.
Climb aboard. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that now. That's funny.
That was either late 70s or early 80s.
Cody, thanks for stopping by. Curtis Long, thank you. What is it? Candy David? Merry Christmas. Sorry.
Cody.
Oh, that Cody, I apologize. I can't read it all, guys. Thanks for coming out. Merry Christmas to everyone.
Well, if you're looking at your phone, yeah, I can't read my phone either. It's too covered in grease and fingerprints on the
Oh
screen.
man, it's bad.
That's
I kind of hate
nauseating.
touchscreen phones because, like, you're out, like, if you actually do stuff right and you have dirty hands and shit, you know, like you touch your screen and all that, like, oh, I kind of miss the old buttons on the phone because then your
Mhm.
screen always stayed nice.
Exactly. Exactly. And I got new lenses or new frames and new lenses, but I thought, oh, let me get the ones that are straight. They don't wrap around your ear. I think these are going to be kind of cool. They suck. The lenses are so small. That's one thing nice about 2021 is I'll be able to get new glasses again, you know. And I'm just going to take my original frames, say throw lenses in them and make them traditional so I don't have the bifocal line. And that's great, Cody. We need every
Curtis.
reloader.
Yeah, Curtis, are you in the hospital right now, or are you home recovering?
Hip replacement. Oh my
That can
God,
be a
Curtis.
real bitch.
Oh boy, I know all about that. I had my, well, not hip, but my pelvis shattered. I know all about that. It is sucky being in, well, at least you're not in, I can't even think of the word anymore. Traction. That's it. They had me locked up, snug to a bed, because it was kind of cool to take a turn real fast. And the car goes, boop, 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 boop. And Bones decided to go this way and that way. And
Yeah, Cody lives near me, and he built his first AR-15 and needed a little help getting some things straightened out on it. But now he wants to get into reloading, seeing how ammunition has become just about unattainable.
you know what? I hate to say this. I was about to put some of my ammo I have brand new. I think it's Silver Bear. I mean, it's steel case 223, but I was going to put it out there on sale. I was going to
Yeah.
just get the money for it. You know, it's all in the original boxes, all sealed, and the prices I'm seeing people are getting is, and I'm not trying to rip people off. I don't want to be that way.
I watched 100 rounds of 9mm sell for $300 the other day. No joke.
I've seen 50, 124 grain garbage 9mm go for $65.
Yeah, I got 100 pack right here behind my other monitor. That's a Winchester white box. I've just got some assorted ammunition there, and I got a couple thousand rounds of 22 or 5.56. But I'm not getting rid of nothing. I mean, if I had some Silver Bear, and I'd probably think about maybe getting rid of that. But I mean, if I had an extra firearm right now, is probably the time to maybe look about selling one of those.
I was tempted to get rid of my M1 Garand. I was really tempted because it's a safe queen now. I'm not shooting competition anymore. I was really tempted. It's such a fine shooting rifle, and I know if I sell it, I won't be able to get another one. But right now, people are paying stupid money for guns and ammo, especially where I'm at in California. I mean, a Rock Island 45 government issued, around a $450 gun, $1,100, and they can't keep them on the shelf here in wonderful California by me. And I'm looking at the guy going, you have no soul. He goes, it's time to make money. I'm like, no. I said, you're just raping people, you know, charging double, if not more, for, you know, Philippines made, and nothing wrong with it. I have a 38 Super from Rock Island, but it's just, I would never spend that money for a 1911 A1 style, you know, military sites. Just absolutely crazy.
You know, and these scalpers are just they're ruining it for a lot of things, not just not just, guns and ammo, but, David knows right now because, we both just built computers, and there's scalpers in the computer parts world, like graphics cards and CPUs right now are selling for, well, at least certain ones, the newer ones are selling for double the cost.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, and graphics cards are sold out everywhere because scalpers have bought them up and then have doubled the prices on them, and then I don't think it's going to end there. My next bet on scalping, I think it's going to be gas. I think gasoline is going to be one of the next kind of scalpable things that people start doing. I really do see people, literally going down with 55-gallon drums and emptying out gas stations and then tripling the cost. And a lot of people like to say, oh no, like this is America and this is a free market and capitalism and all that. Scalping's not capitalism. Like, you don't have a business, you don't have a business license, you're not paying taxes, and you're trying to do this as a business to make a living off of. It's one thing to have something and turn around and decide to sell it, and it has increased in value over the time you've owned it. That's one thing.
Sure.
It's a completely different thing to scalp. And I do not believe that's in the spirit of capitalism or anything like that. I think it's kind of dirty, shady shit. If you want to go get a business license and create a business, that's different. When you're just straight up trying to rip people off, that's not capitalism. I mean,
Well,
it's not.
You're exactly right. And that's why our loving anti-Second Amendment supporting asshats at Cheaper Than Dirt
Oh,
have been just served a thing from the district or state's attorney of where that shop
Texas.
is.
Yeah,
Texas is actually
finding them.
finding them and pressing charges against them for price gouging and scalping.
Well, that's because Texas passed price gouging laws. So not all the
Right.
states are going to be able to do that until they pass
Florida
laws.
does, Florida has the same laws. Like if you during especially like when we have a hurricane and you've got these asshats that will go and buy like 100 sheets of plywood, and then they'll be selling them for $60 a sheet when it cost them 25, and basically you get arrested for that kind of stuff. We don't put up with that crap.
sorry, I'm writing an email to somebody. Sorry.
Curtis, you did the outpatient surgery where you go into the rapid in and out in the morning.
They've gotten so good with that. Yeah, like a lot, like almost like a ton of surgeries that weren't that way just 10 years ago are same day surgeries now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's this. They've gotten a lot less invasive about it, I think.
Well, the thing is, they found out that people recover in their own homes at a much higher rate than they do at hospitals, because when you're at a hospital, you're uncomfortable. You're embarrassed because you're in there and you may have to take a shit or a shower. You don't want to use something dirty that you don't know who the hell's been in there. And you really don't want to be around a bunch of people you don't know coming in to poke and prod you. You just rather be around your family. And if you've got to take medicine or something and it doesn't do you real well, it's better to be at home where you don't have to worry about that kind of
and
crap.
everyone that's going in there is sick some fucking how, right?
Yeah.
I agree. I agree with you both.
Staph infections, like thousands of people die of staph infections every year in the hospital. They go in for something little, I mean little, and they die because of a staph infection. That is
MRSA
super
is
common.
bad too. I know all about it because I walked away with it.
Yeah, I the last time I was hospitalized, well, not the last time, The second to the last time I was hospitalized, I went to a hospital here in St. Petersburg that is not got a really good reputation, and basically, I was there in the cardiac ward because I had some very high blood pressure. And basically the guy where my room was, I had another fella that was next to me. I had two patients per room. I could see across the hallway into another man's room because our doors were a little catty of each other. They weren't directly across. So I could see in the room. And basically they brought this fella in from some type of heart surgery because he had, they had cut him open heart surgery. They had cut him from, right below the sternum all the way up. He was just taped all the way. They had a tube down his throat. So he was being on a respirator. And they put him back in this room right across from me. It took about 2 days. All of a sudden, they called a code in that room. And there were doctors, nurses, people in there getting up on top of him, doing CPR, using the shock, the cardiac recovery, shock stimulating deals on your heart. What are the hell are they called? Yeah, the paddles. And they were working on him for 15, 20 minutes. And then one of the doctors called it, and I'm watching this the whole time. They, come out about 10 or 11 hours after that. I'm laying in my room. I'm woke up. A bunch of people dressed in those like hazardous material type suits are in there, scrubbing down the entire room, pulling the sheeting off and putting it in disposable bags that say biohazard.
Mm-hmm.
And they're scrubbing the bed down out in the hallway with like some type of lye or some shit like that. And basically his roommate that had been there, he was a homeless guy. His name was Jose. He had MRSA. And he had given it to that other fella when he came back from his surgery, and it killed him in less than 3 days. It was something like, like 50 or 60 hours, and it killed him because of his weakened condition. And basically it was a nightmare. I mean, it was just like, you see when the people coming out of the room with the mop water, and the water is as black as night. I mean, that's not from cleaning supplies. That's from leaving buckets of mop water in the mop room and never cleaning them, because it's a pain to lift those heavy mop buckets up. I used to work at Publix as a stock guy. And we used to always have to mop and clean up the floors and re-wax them and all that crap. And the only time a mop bucket stays black like that is when you've cleaned a lot of dirty stuff with it and just let it sit there. And it was nauseating. I reported them to the CDC and met with the head hospital supervisor. I was saying there was people coming out of that room after they had marked it as a biohazard, that you're supposed to be wearing gloves, a mask, a hairnet, cover, and a bib with double gloves. They were coming out of there and coming over into my room and checking my blood sugar, and they were just washing their hands. And she's like, oh, well, that's probably because we have sensors now that every patient's room you go into, you've got to wash your hands. If you don't, it will alert us, and then we'll write you up. And I'm like, so basically when the big brother's watching, they do what they're supposed to, but any other time, they don't give a shit about the other patients that could be immune compromised on the same floor. And how many people are you going to kill with MRSA? I mean, you acted like that. It's just horrible. And because that gentleman was homeless and didn't have a family, he got put in a grass field, potter's lot, with a little number. And basically he was murdered because of their uncleanliness in the hospital. and their lack of patient identification of contagious disease. When you have homeless people coming into a hospital and 65% of your cardiac floor is full of homeless people, it might be a good idea to go ahead and do some blood work on everybody and see who's possibly carrying contagion that could be spread to your other patients. Seeing that you're a hospital and you're supposed to be getting healthy there and not catching your death.
Echo. The doctors told me when they told me I had MRSA, they're like, "Oh, well, we all get it. It goes through all the nurses and goes through the doctors. You take medication and get rid of it. You can't get rid of it. I've had it since 2011, I think. After one of my toe amputations, they actually put me in a hazardous room. They took me from recovery into that room and left me in there for 4 hours. And they said, "Oh, he can't be in that room. It needs to be scrubbed down." Then they pulled me out, put me in a different room. They're doing my blood work 2 days later and like, "Oh, well, you have MRSA." And I'm like, "How in the hell did I didn't have that shit." And they're like, "Oh, well, the hospitals are filthy. There's nothing you can do about it. You're going to get it no matter what in the hospital," they're saying. And I'm like, "No, it shouldn't be that way." But ORs, all that. All the nurses, I got real good friends with them. They're saying, because I was there a lot. My poor wife, I put her through a lot of surgeries, and they're saying, "Yeah, you're going to get it. No way about it. You're going to get it, and it's a life sentence. It's with you. That's why when I had the last injury on my foot and I went septic, they're thinking you're going to die. They took me in. The next day, I had my amputation. And it was like someone flipped the light switch how I felt when they took the leg off. When they took that leg off, I hurt like a son bitch, of course, but I felt so much better that infection and everything was gone. So, yeah, I know all about it. MRSA sucks, because you can give it to your loved ones,
Oh yeah, it's very contagious and it's immune resistant. So you basically it's antibiotic resistant. MRSA is very hard to get rid of. You have to use a high dosage of antibiotics. And the problem is once you get to be a certain age, your kidneys start to weaken, your immune system starts to slow down, and infections like that can actually just kill you. And the antibiotics that they give you can shut down organs and kill you as well. Rupan RX, what is up?
Nice. Thank you for coming. Merry Christmas. It's funny.
Merry Christmas.
PICC lines. I'm sure everyone's familiar with PICC lines. Well, I had 17 between both arms. I can no longer have a PICC line because my veins are scarred so bad from so many of them that I had to have Hickmans now. So I tried to get a port put in last time, but they said, "No, we're not going to put a port in. You don't need that because that's for chemo." And I'm like, well, as much as 3 times a day I'm putting antibiotics, and super strong antibiotics. Tell my kidneys toast. In 10 years, I'm going to be in bad shape. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
I know I am. They're on me, checking my blood constantly, looking for kidney function and everything. Oh yeah, my wife
functioning at 39%. That's what I'm out of 2 kidneys. I'm functioning at 39 total percent.
Oh my buddy, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My wife has me taking silver every day to try to help. Don't know if it's working or not, but
okay. Cody just said he went to, was that Cody? Where is it? Yeah. Cody says he was at the Florida Gun Exchange and they have 9mm and 380 ACP at $50 a box. Now, Cody, is that $50 a box for how many rounds?
50 rounds.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, I believe it said 50 rounds.
Okay.
That's kind of like the low scalper rate right now.
Yeah, it is kind of cheap.
And really people, I mean, I don't believe you should be paying over 40 cents a round right now. Like that, even that's high price for a 9mm. But if you pay over 40 cents a round right now, you're
gotta
just
stop.
supporting these guys, and it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Like you're telling these guys it's okay, and then you're letting other guys see like, oh, hey, I can do this too, right? It's just not. Yeah, like I wouldn't pay that much. I would go
Yeah.
without it.
I'm telling you
I
right
really
now,
would.
I'm going to use this. I've been saying the same thing for a couple of weeks now. Look at 22 long rifle. You used to be able to buy 500 rounds for like $9. Here in California, it's $25 to $30 for 500, sometimes 350. So the primers, I don't believe are. I pray that they go back down to the $38 range for 1,000. I don't see it where I am, but I hope it does everywhere else, because I'm hearing people saying I'm paying 34, 38, 40, and I'm like, I'm paying $68 for 1,000 primers right now, and
Good
sometimes
Lord.
higher than that. At the gun show I was at, they were asking $200 for S&B, for a brick of S&B primers,
Oh my God.
and people were buying them as fast as they could take them out of the box.
Oh my gosh. That I just can't. Just because of the I'm not a rich man. I'm not.
Nor am I.
Me and my wife, because she does well for herself. You know, we have a couple properties and stuff like that, but the bottom line is I live off a disability, and I just can't afford that. Willie, I couldn't afford $70 what you're paying a box 1,000. You know, $30 to $40 a box, I'm okay with. Even 50 right now, you know, an extra $10 or $12 for it, that would be okay right now. But I need large primers. Were you able to find any, Willie?
No.
No.
Oh,
I gotta
actually, let me take that back. Yes, I found 100 primers, $6.50 for one sleeve of 100. But you're only allowed to buy one sleeve. That's it. And I'm like, you got to be. Sorry, my dog's barking. I'm like, you guys got to be kidding me. I mean, this is
So
a
what do you
joke.
got to bring 10 people with you to buy a 1,000 primer?
I
Oh
tell you
my
what, I told
God.
them, I said, it starts going up more, I'm gonna buy a flintlock and start making my own black powder, because it's just ridiculous, the price. But some people say they find them for $40 or $50 for 1,000. I haven't seen a brick of primers sold for a month and a half now.
I hope everyone's keeping track of what gun stores are not scalping people and selling shit at normal prices when it comes into stock, and what
None by
stores,
me.
because it's a lot more than just cheaper than dirt that's been doing this.
Oh,
too.
yes, sir.
And
And
so I'm
California
keeping
has it.
track, and I'll tell you what, when shit gets back to normal, which it will, I mean, this is really no different than the 2012 scare. The 2012 scare lasted a couple years, and this is no different. And a lot of the new guys, the younger guys who are too young during 2012 to remember that, you know, they're panicking the worst right now. Us older guys that went through 2012, we've seen this before. You know, we saw it back during the first assault weapons ban. We saw it back, you know, in 2012. We've been through this several times, you know, and we know shit will get back to normal. Well, I'm keeping tabs on what places are ripping people off local to me and what places aren't. And the places that are being fair and not ripping people off, those are the places that will continue to have my business. The places that raise prices and that are charging $80 a box of primers and shit like that, those places will never get my business again. I don't care what sales they have. I don't care what they do. They will never get my business again. And I hope everyone else is doing the same. I hope that when you go to a gun store and you see ammo at outrageous prices, or you see primers at outrageous prices, or powder or whatever, that you make a mental note and you never go back to that fucking store ever. That's and I hope you guys are doing that. I really do.
Yeah, I order most of my stuff online just because I don't drive anymore. But basically, I was hoping, I'm waiting to see if Jamie was able to get me a box of large rifle primers. I told him I didn't care what brand they were. I'll pay the hazmat, whatever, for him to send them to me. Because I just realized I thought I had a full box of 1,000, and I had a box with 400 primers in it. That's all I had, and I'm doing 308 and 30-06, and my buddy uses all large rifle primers in his brass, where I specifically went to small Magnum rifle primers in my 308 match Starline brass so that I could tell the difference between his brass and mine. And basically also, but I didn't realize that I'd gotten that low on large rifle, and they were in stock until just recently. That was about the only thing you could get was the large Magnum pistol or the large rifle. That was about it. And I waited a little too long. Now you can't get nothing.
Yeah, right now the only thing I've been seeing in any quantity is shotgun primers.
Yeah, like the
Midway just
309.
barely had primers in stock. They sold out like within a couple hours, like usual. Midway is getting stock in, but it's when they're getting stock in, it's not a shitload of primers. It's Remington small rifle or CCI small pistol Magnum, or you know what I mean? So you have to stay vigilant. You have to sign up for their, notify me list, and don't just trust the notify me list. Check back every day. Certain websites will update their inventory at 3 in the morning or 5 in the afternoon. You have to try and figure out when they're doing that, because it's not a random time. It's not just like, oh, we got these in and it's 4:57. Let's put these on the website. They usually do it at a very specific time when they update their website. For Midway, I want to say it's 3 in the morning. But they don't send out that in stock notification until like 8 or 9 in the morning. And by the time that in stock notification comes out, you can be on the ball and be there within a minute, and it's sold out. And you're like, how did they sell out within a minute? They didn't sell out within a minute. They sold out at 3:30 in the morning because they went live on the website at 3 a.m. in the morning. Does that make sense? And
That's
then those notifications, those email notifications, just sit in a queue and then go out at 9 in the morning.
Now, what pricing were they doing? Do you know, were they raping people?
Oh, no, not at all. No, Midway's
Midway's
been really good.
See,
So's Brownells.
I want to say Midway's prices were like $3 maybe more than normal, what I would normally expect,
Right.
So, and I can understand that supply and demand.
Sure.
I totally
Absolutely.
understand supply and demand and how that works, so I understand
Absolutely.
charging more, but not double or triple or quadruple the fucking cost.
Well,
So,
it's raising the price up because the demand is higher than the supply is part of capitalism.
Yeah, that's totally
Scalping people for 3 or 4 times what the actual thing's worth is just something you're going to have to answer to your maker for. I mean, that's just not the way to do things.
They
And
should answer to the 2A community for us.
well, here's the problem. A lot of these fucks, they're not even 2A community people.
Not at all. Yeah.
They realize what's going on and they want to make a quick buck. I can't tell you how many times back when that 22 LR rifle thing was going on before with the Obama. Yeah. With Obama. How many guys got fired from places like Walmart because they were buying ammunition while they were on the clock and then meeting people in the parking lot after hours to sell it for double and triple the money. And they got caught by their bosses and people turned them in when they found out, because some of these dumbasses were wearing their uniforms still. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what you're doing if you're wearing a Walmart outfit and it's after, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning and you're out in the parking lot selling.
Or we're not dumb. We know what guys work at our local gun stores and gun counters and stuff, whether it's Walmart or Bass Pro or whatever. Like, we see the same faces. We're not dumb. Like,
Yeah.
So if you're doing that, some guy's gonna recognize you and be like, "Hey, this is the kid who works at fucking Bass Pro, right? Like, I see this kid. And then he's gonna call the manager and be like, "Hey, your fucking kid's doing this." Like they're gonna get caught.
Yeah, see, my problem is if I had to sit and think, what store am I not going to go to because of price gouging, I'd have to go to a different state to get.
Oh well, you're
Or mail
California is a different beast though, because of your taxes and your laws, and you have ammo tax and da da da. So it's not necessarily like stores price gouging; it's your fucking state.
Yes.
I'm sure the stores are too, but the state
because
has a
of the
big hand in that.
availability. But
Yeah.
this is why. I'll tell you why they raised the price up. The price is raised at stores in California because just for them to get ammunition into their stores, they have to have insurance coverage in case the building catches on fire, in case that ammunition, they have to have alarm systems. They have to have all these special things in place before they'll even approve them as an FFL to sell ammunition or firearms. So all these taxes are stacked up on top of that against the Second Amendment community because of California specifically singling out gun stores and making them pay a boatload more for the stuff that other stores in other states get at almost half the cost. So, they have to raise the price because they have to use a lot more money to get their inventory in. And then once it's in, it disappears quickly. So they have to keep the price higher so that they can make enough money to keep the lights and their employees paid. It's just cost and availability because they're only allowed to have so much of a product on their shelves at a time, even if people are buying stuff left and right. The only way they can slow that outtake is to raise the prices to where it moves at a moderate rate to make sure more people get the access to buy it, and so that their stock comes in before their shelves are completely empty. And
I haven't heard about it happening during this pandemic, but during 2012, there was a guy doing nothing but going around to every store buying up all the 22 LR ammo. And he was turning around, putting it online for outrageous prices. The ATF caught on to this guy somehow. And I don't know exactly how they did it. I don't know if they followed him around and watched him buy ammo and turn right around and put it online for sale or whatever. They busted him for basically not having an FFL and selling ammo for a profit, which is the definition of a business. It's one thing to buy ammo and then turn around and be like, oh, you know what? I don't need this extra box of ammo. I'm going to sell it. That's one thing. To buy ammo just to make the profit is completely different. That's a business. And if you have a business doing that, you need an FFL. That guy got busted, and it was a big thing here in our 2A community. It was in the newspaper. That guy got sentenced to 5 to 15 years in prison for not having an FFL. So these scalpers that are doing that, they really need to watch their ass, because I don't know where else that happened out in the country in 2012. I know it happened here in Utah, and I'm guessing the ATF, they have nothing fucking better to do with themselves than to try and get people doing the most little things, right? Mm-hmm. And, they're not out trying to actually catch bad guys and criminals. They're out trying to catch the white collar, blue collar worker guy, trying to make an extra buck, or who has the wrong attachment on their gun or some shit like that, right? I guarantee you they are watching every online ad right now for people selling guns, buying guns and turning around and selling them with, literally going to the gun store, buying a gun, coming home and putting it online. They are watching these people. They're watching these ammo sellers, and they're going to go after anyone that they can get dirt on. So, I know they have nothing better to do right now than to do that. And so people better be watching their ass if they're out there literally going out and scalping. Because if they do not have an FFL and a business license to do this, I mean, that's a serious charge. That guy got 5 to 15 years in prison for selling ammo without an FFL.
That's
For selling
reason.
22 LR ammo. I wonder if the couple $100 that guy made or whatever was worth it. If you asked him right today, I bet you he's going to say no.
Yeah, because he's getting tore up from the rooter to the tutor. But that's one reason I've been scared of putting mine up for sale. I mean, I'm not trying to rape people. It's just people need it, and I'm not using it.
No, you're fine, especially if you've had it for a while and stuff. But if you're literally going to Walmart, buying it off the shelf, coming right home and putting it online for sale, they can basically prove you're trying to make a profit. You're trying to make money. You're doing it for profit. That's the definition of a business. They're going to nail your ass to a wall.
Pardon me, didn't mean to yawn. But I would never sell reloads a day in my life to anyone. And there's people doing that now.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen signs at my old gun range I used to go to, people selling reloads. And I'm like, you are one dumb SOB for doing that.
I don't blame, there's a lot of new kids who are turning 18 and 21 during this pandemic, right? And like I said earlier, it's the youngest kids right now that are panicking the most and stuff. And all those kids right now, I don't blame them one bit for paying $100 for a box of ammo or primers or even buying reloads. I don't blame them right now. All I would suggest is that, buy the minimum that you feel you need to protect yourself and your family right now. And this will blow over. Don't go be dumping all your savings or whatever into it. Just, buy the minimum that you feel like that you need and all that, because everyone should have at least, 100 rounds of ammo or something and, and a gun to protect themselves. So if you end up paying $800 for a $400 Glock, well, okay, you did it, you just turned 18 or 21 or whatever. I understand that, but if you already have like 5 guns and you're still going out paying these outrageous prices and all that, then I'm just going to call you a dumbass, because this is going to blow over. It is. If you already have if you already have a good stash of ammo and you're still going out paying these prices, I think you're making a huge mistake.
And I think by you guys where you live, I think the market's going to be flooded with brand new used guns after this all settled down.
2012. Oh, you should have seen after 2012. It was absolutely, there was $500 AR selling for $1,000, and then those same people who bought that $1,000, that $1,000 $500 AR, they couldn't even sell it for $400. And it's like this is going to blow over, and I don't care if it's Biden who's president or Trump stays. I don't care who it is. This is going to blow over.
I hope so, my friends. I really do. In 2012, I just stopped shooting. I remember it. I just stopped shooting. I just said it's not worth it. Screw it. I didn't want 22 long rifle that bad, and I was so sick at that time, I just stopped. I couldn't shoot. So
the one thing I would recommend people maybe pay a little bit extra for to get is a reloading setup, is to get a casting setup, to get into casting some bullets, into reloading. Yeah, you can't find primers right now. Well, guess what? If you don't have anything, you can still buy a press. You can still, I find powder everywhere right now. I do not see a shortage of powder right now. Right now, I can buy Unique 4350 tight group. all the popular powders I can go out and buy right now.
Except Varget.
You know, well, yeah, except for, well, actually, you know, I did
Don't
just
tell me.
get like,
Don't tell me you just got Varget because
I've heard of people
I
selling
just got like
Varget.
4 or 5 pounds of Barget. So, you know, there
you're going to that shop again, aren't you?
every chance I get, like whenever I drive by
Hey,
the shop.
listen. Have I not been telling you I'm looking for large rifle primers?
I've been looking for all primers. Every chance I get, I try and buy a box or even a sleeve or whatever.
Well, see,
You know.
I'm not getting any text messages. I'm not
Well,
getting any
primers are
phone
the hard
calls.
thing to get right now.
Oh, so
For
screw
me,
Dave, just because I live down in Florida, you know. Yeah, but if you called me up at 3 o'clock, hey, you know, I got, what do you think of this computer part? Or if I, you know, or
but
give me
I
a reach
don't see a
around.
shortage on projectiles. I don't see a shortage on brass. I don't see a shortage on powder. The shortage I see is on primers, at least in my area locally, and even at a lot of places online. Right now, I can go buy 49mm 223 projectiles. I can buy that brass, and I can buy the powder form. The shortage is on primers. So, you know, most people don't have, let's be realistic, most people don't have the money just to go out and buy a completely full loading and casting setup, right? So they got to buy it one piece at a time and budget it. Start now. Buy your press. Presses, presses aren't being price gouged. They're the same
They
price
are
as
by
Titan
me.
Reloading. You
And
know,
I live in California, but everything for shooting, reloading is up, and up.
I was
It's
just
crazy.
I was just talking to a gentleman the other day on the Reloaders Network. He, was asking about a certain press. I happen to own that press. He had some questions about it, so I was answering his questions. He decided he wanted one. He went out and he found that press and all the stuff he wanted for it on eBay, and it was over $500. And I said, whoa, dude. Like that's more than, he asked me if that was a good deal. I said, that's more than double the cost.
Mhm.
So I went to Titan Reloading. Well, the caliber he wanted, they didn't have for that press kit, because that the press comes in a kit with the dies and everything.
Sure.
They didn't have that. They didn't have, I can't remember what caliber he wanted, 40 or 9mm or whatever it was. They didn't have it, but they had a 44 Magnum kit with that press for like $209 at Titan Reloading. So he got the press with the case feeder, the dies, everything. Even though he didn't want the 41 Magnum dies, he got all of it for like $210 versus the over 500 on eBay.
And you could
Now
try and sell
Now
those
he can go out
41
and buy
dies.
the dice he wanted and still be at half the price, you know?
He
So-
could sell those 41 dies for make good money back, probably.
Well, that's what I told him too. I said, "Oh man, I'm sure you could trade a brand new set of 44 Magnum dies on here to somebody for something, you know."
Sure.
And but you know, I don't see any of that stuff. Well, so like some people are price gouging it, but tons of people aren't, and they're still in stock, you know. And so you can still get a press right now. You can still get a Lee lead pot. You can still buy lead. You can still buy brass. You can start on your reloading stuff right now and start building it up. And then all of a sudden that one day, you know, maybe keep an extra $100 laying around. That's just free and clear to use, because when you do see primers in stock, you need to have the money there to be able to jump on it. And then boom, now you have your primers. Now you're reloading your 9mm or 223 or whatever. And once you get to that level and you've got all that stuff, I mean, now you have everything. All you got to do is just keep building up your stockpile every month. Keep building up your stockpile of primers, powder, projectiles. And if you're casting your own bullets, it's pennies on the dollar. You know, I mean,
You're
gosh,
gonna hate when I
so
move to
much.
Utah, Dead Horse. You're gonna hate me. I'm gonna go after all your lead. I'm gonna go after all that. Lead is so hard to find. I mean, I got a good score. This last score, I scored big time at $1 a pound. I was ready to chop my left leg off for more lead. But, oh, man.
My last lead purchase was, what was it, David? Like 600 pounds or something?
Oh yeah, it was some crazy amount, and then
then
the
the time
the guy ends up bringing it to him, and because Dead
Oh,
Horse, I'm like Dead, I'm like, dude, what are you gonna put 600 pounds in? You can't put that in your car. You're gonna have to make 2 trips. He's like, I'll put it in there and drive real slow. I'm like, oh my god.
I would too. I'd be on the bump stops dragging my bumper to get it home. Trust me. I went to a boat salvage yard, and the guy told me he had 5,000 pounds of keel. And I'm like, okay, how much to deliver it? He goes, what do you mean? How much? I said, the whole thing. He goes, well, how are you going to chop it up? I said, I'll buy a cheap chainsaw and I'll chop that sucker up into little bricks. And I know plenty of people who need lead, and here in California especially. He wouldn't sell it. He sent it to the scrapyard. I was ready to cry. I was ready to pay him good money for it.
Hey Cody, you said you went to a academy. What is it
Yeah, he said
called?
Academy Sports.
Academy Sports. I didn't even know there was one in Florida.
Everyone's hiding it from me, Dave.
Well, no, I thought that the place wasn't. Yeah, he lives near me. He lives over north of me. So basically, he's in a little bit different area. But I didn't know we had an Academy Sports.
There's
That's
a bunch
crazy.
of them. There's
Well, yeah, I know there's.
Florida, Kissimmee, Florida, Orlando, Florida.
Is there?
There's 2 in Orlando, Florida.
Yeah, that.
3
Yeah,
in Orlando, Florida. Pensacola, Lake Mary, Orange. Man, dude, you got like 20 Academy. Jacksonville, Tallahassee, like they're all.
yeah,
over.
but I'm nowhere near that. I'm Southwest Florida.
Well, the closest one to you is in Kissimmee, Florida. It looks like.
Kissimmee? There's not
Yeah.
one in Tampa?
Nope. There's none in Southern Florida, really.
Oh, that's gay.
There's none in Miami. None in like Kissimmee's the closest one to you,
Yeah, I might as well go to Orlando.
which looks like it's like 50 miles from you.
Yeah.
I hope you get your barrels, RX, excuse me. And yeah, I saw at that gun show $1.50 per round for 50 grain FMJs, and guys were walking out with just ammo cans full, just crating them out. And I'm just want to slap all of them, but they're scared. People are panicking and thinking they're never going to be able to get it again. And I'm sorry, if I was a competition shooter right now, I'll just unfortunately put my guns away for right now. You know, I'd still shoot, but not as much as a competition shooter shot. I mean, when I was shooting high power rifle, I mean, it was nothing to go through 500 rounds a weekend.
That's
You know?
why us guys with bolt action 22s are enjoying life right now. That
Yeah,
have a good stockpile of 22.
Here's the bad thing. Since I moved one town over and I have not bought a firearm in my house, the state of California says I cannot buy ammunition no matter what, because I have no firearms registered under my name in my house. Is that a crock of shit?
Oh my God, that's so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
What if you were buying ammunition for your
Nope. Can't do it.
your
Sorry.
daughter?
The gun has to be in the daughter's name. It has to have a gun in this house under someone's name to buy ammunition, and it can only be for that caliber of gun.
Oh Jesus, that is absolutely the I couldn't.
I called the DOJ. I called all kinds of people, and they're like, you know what? You can fill out the forms, but don't hold your breath. You're not going to get approved. Go buy a gun. I'm like, yeah, how much guns cost? I'm on Social Security. I can't go buy a gun. You know, I'm saying it just doesn't happen that way. So when I went to Georgia and I went into Walmart, I actually saw ammunition there, and I'm like, you're going to sell it to me? They're like, yeah, why not? Why can't we sell it to you? I'm like, holy crap, yeah, give me 4 of this and 4 of that. And I'm thinking, I'll pay the hazmat to ship this shit home. I'm like, holy crap. It's crazy. So now
so hold on, Willie.
Yes.
You can't buy ammunition where you live or anywhere in the state of California.
Nowhere in the state of California under my address I live in now.
You have to have friends buy it for you and send it to you,
Yes.
that is absolutely ridiculous.
Or I have to have my oldest son, who has a firearm at his house, say 5.56, can go in and buy the 5.56 or the 22, because he has that also under his house. If he moves in California and doesn't buy another gun, he can't buy ammunition either. Even
And
though I'm a
just like
law-abiding and I'm a veteran of this country, and I cannot buy ammunition.
just like the drug war, I guarantee you, there's politicians getting rich off this. Do you know why? The black market.
Fuck
Because
yeah.
all these stupid ass laws do is make slimy, dirty politicians rich. You know, as much as like people like to say, "Oh, it's the cartel or mafia or gang
Well,
members or whatever."
They
like,
wouldn't exist if it wasn't for politicians
Yeah.
making stuff
just like the
illegal.
prohibition, right?
Yeah, just exactly what I was getting at. Look at prohibition. You think that the National Firearms Act of 1934 didn't have anything to do with prohibition? Let me explain something with you. Al Capone was nothing until they made alcohol illegal. And then he became, a pretty big mafioso and got involved in organized crime. And that's when they started having all of that so-called gun violence in Chicago, and pushed the 1934 firearms, National Firearms Act. And basically, had they not outlawed liquor to begin with, which we won't even get into the story why they did that with the feminist at the time. Basically, we would have never had the NFA Act of 34 had they not outlawed alcohol.
Now, I don't mean to change the subject, but I'm thinking of it right now. Full Lead Taco had a great video. All you people that have BLM land, you go out and shoot on government land. If you see trash, it's not even yours. If you can pick it up, because I can guarantee you're going to lose the land, because there's more Californians moving to your state, and they love signing laws and taking land and taking things away, because California's lost so much BLM land because of idiots going out there shooting and leaving TVs and all that crap and leaving it out there for the state to pick it up. So I don't know how it is in Florida, but it's horrible here. There is BLM land, but if I go on it and I want to shoot, they're going to call a park ranger. Oh, well, he's shooting. Even though I'm in a safe direction with a safe backdrop, they'll shut me down. California, gotta love it.
Yeah, I do not believe we have any public land that we can shoot on unless we are hunting. And if it's private land, we have to have the permission from the owner in writing, and permission for each other person that, like, if I had a son and me and him wanted to go shoot on my buddy's land, I would have to have a notarized copy from the property owner, even though he was my friend, saying that me and my son have the right to be on his land with firearms and discharging them. If not, literally, we can be arrested for it.
Same thing here. I have it in my gun safe. I used to varmint hunt on a rancher's property, and I have it all written out. My name, my wife's name, both my sons, all notarized. Now I have to actually add my grandson on it. And it's been many years since I've been there. But yeah, we have to have that too. If not, you're poaching. Even shooting ground squirrels, you're still, illegally on the land and poaching. It's crazy. Hey, James Pollard. I sent you a link to come on if you want.
I see a lot of people, like shooting out of their cars, for training and stuff like that. And I'm all for that, right? But in a lot of places, that's illegal because of hunting laws and poaching laws, right? and stuff like that. So, unless you're on private property doing that, like you could get in some serious trouble. And I've seen a lot of videos on social media and stuff of people out on BLM land doing that, practicing shooting out of their cars and stuff, which is a good skill. It's good to know, like, hey, like,
It's great training.
how do I shoot from this position and stuff like that. And I'm all for that, but like you could get in some serious trouble if a guy just wanted to be a dick to you, right? If a DNR, like here we call them DNR, Division of Natural Resources and stuff. And but you could get in some serious trouble just shooting out of a car. It doesn't matter if you're, actually, even around wildlife or anything. You could literally be out in the middle of the desert. And, if someone wants, that extra little tick on their record to, help get that promotion or something, or you rub them the wrong way, or he just doesn't like the way you look, or he had a fight with his wife the night before, or whatever the case may be, he could, one of these guys could royally screw you over and be like, oh, you were shooting out of your car. Boom. You broke this law. You're going to jail, and it's kind of surprising what they can kind of consider shooting out of your car. Cause even having your car door open, standing outside your car, and then like using your door as that rest, they can consider that shooting out of your car. Cause you're shooting through that window, that open window of your door frame, right? So you got to be real careful on some of these stupid ass laws. And I understand the whole poaching law and stuff like that. And, shooting from the road at a deer, hunting, right? You can literally be 1 foot away from, the edge of the road. And that can be, breaking the law, and you take 1 foot and now you're not breaking the law. Literally 12 inches can be the difference between going to jail or not, and so you really have to read up on your laws when you're out on BLM land, because that's where, if it's not private property, BLM land, you open yourself up to a lot of issues. If one of these wildlife officers or a sheriff or a police or whatever wanted to be a dick to you, there's so many laws, and they say, what's that saying? Like, like there's just so many laws on the books, like no one can know them all, right? I mean, unless you're a lawyer, and even then lawyers have libraries full of books, because even they can't know all these, hundreds of thousands of laws on the books. But if someone really wanted to be a dick to you, I mean, they could nail your ass to the wall for any of 100 little things that you've never even heard of before when you're out shooting on BLM land. So I think you got to be really careful. I love shooting out on BLM land, but you got to be real careful. I mean,
oh, believe me, I was on the private land and Fish and Game. They tore my whole truck apart. They checked every firearm, what munitions was I, making sure I didn't have FMJ, what I was shooting at, the riot race. And I was all legal because I'm not stupid, but see, since I'm handicapped, I can shoot out of my truck and they can't do a damn thing about it, especially on private land. But on BLM, I can still do that. So they were all pissy because I had my leg when this happened, but I was still handicapped because of my back. So I riot rate. They just went up and down through me. It was crazy. The crap, they ran every firearm. I mean, it was just stupid. But yeah, you're right. You get that guy that had an argument with his boss or his wife the night before, and they're looking to give you everything they can. He was even out there measuring the tread on my tires. That's how bad it was getting. Because I admit I was a dick. I'm like, check everything you want. I'm legal. I have written paperwork right here saying I can be on this land. I'm hunting varmints. I'm not shooting anything else, And
to be fair, it goes both ways, because I've also been out shooting the 50, right? And I've had a DNR officer pull up and be like, "Oh, what are you doing?" Da da da. And, "Oh man, that's an awesome gun. Can I shoot it?" And da da da. And and literally hang out with me for over an hour shooting my guns.
Absolutely.
Cool guy as hell, right? So I've had it go both ways, where I've had a guy, wanting to throw the book at me over every little thing, right? And then I've had a guy that just, was just a typical gun guy, like, hey man, that's awesome. Oh, that's a great gun. Like, oh, like, can I shoot that? And like, where did you get this? And like, just, you would think he was one of your gun buddies, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so I've had it both ways, but you got to be real careful if you're not shooting on private land.
Yeah.
When at all possible, I'd rather shoot on private land.
Oh,
'Cause
absolutely.
at that point, I can just say, you're trespassing, man. Like, you
Yeah.
know.
Actually, the landowner did come over one time and said, "Get off my land," because they flew over in a helicopter and landed their helicopter to find us because they're looking for, people, number one, cattle rustling because it's a cattle farm, and they're looking for poachers. So they flew over and they landed next to us, and he told them, "Get in your chopper and get off my property. You know who I am. Off." And they had to since it's private land. But like you're saying, I've had female game wardens. I've had them shoot my rifle, killing squirrels, because that's what I was mainly doing, is killing ground squirrels, because it's a cattle farm. Cows are stupid. Squirrels dig these big holes. Their steer arm leg goes in, snap. There goes a, $300 to $500 steer, if not more. So, yeah, it does go both ways. I agree. Just know your laws, though. Like, okay, California, we had Freedom Week. Well, the state of California had to send out to all the police stations 5 times, I believe, each day for 10 days, the notice on what magazines people could have and, what they bought. And I still seen people's magazines get taken away. And I'm like, no, I have the paperwork right here. You can't take his mag. We're taking it. He can come to court. And it's like, and the guy's like, okay, I spent $60 on the mag, but am I going to spend $300 or $500 going to court to get my $60 mag back? That's the crap.
Based on the principle of the thing, I would say they should.
They should, absolutely.
But they should, but that doesn't mean they have to, or in their particular situation they should. For me, because of my position in life right now, I definitely would. I have nothing else better to do than to fight stuff like that.
See, I had it tell the police officer, wait a minute, no, my rifle, my AR is not illegal. It's California approved. Yes, I don't have a bullet button, but I don't have a flash suppressor. I don't have a can because I can't have a silencer here. I have a muzzle brake, which is legal. Everything, I have the stupid angled grip that's legal, and my stock is pinned so it can't move. And they just, the police don't even, most of the time the cops will tell me, I don't care what you have. You can have a standard AR-15 grip. I don't give a crap. Just be civil, be safe, have fun. Then there's the dickhead ones.
Well, that's because cops are no different than us.
Exactly.
Half of them are cool. Half of them are assholes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the luck of the draw. Which one do you get that day? Half of them are gun guys and pro-gun. Half of them are anti-gun. Half of them think every American should own a gun. Half of them think no one should own a gun but them. I mean, they're no different than just the average citizen, really, as far as opinions go. Right? But the worst part of it is, instead of the ones that are the worst are the ones that don't follow the letter of the law, that they insert what they think is right. Those are the worst ones.
What got me, and I laughed my ass off, the worst cops I've ever seen at the gun range were the SWAT officers. They're running back and forth, getting their heart rate up and shooting. And I seen this little 14-year-old girl outshoot the sniper on the team and just blow him away. And the riot. So then they had to show off at the end of the day. At the end of the match, they're running back and forth, and they pulled out their submachine gun and fired full auto, and everyone's like, ooh, it's so cool, full auto. It's just, I don't know. That's how they are around by me, or in the Bay Area, San Jose. I would say it wrong, but they're a SWAT team, bunch of pricks. I'm a sniper. Oh, yeah? What is a sniper's job? I get to shoot people. No, a sniper's job is to get in, get the information, and get out without pulling the trigger. That's a sniper's job, basically. I hate those cops sometimes.
Uncle Jim, The
I'm-
the flashing box with the lights, that is Dead Horse's computer.
Oh, I didn't see that. Sorry. Hey, Jim, I sent you a link to your email if you want to come on for real fast. Let me know if you didn't get it. I can resend it. And I
I'm
sent it to
lucky.
you, James Pollard, also.
I'm lucky where I live. We have good cops for the most part. I would say 99.9% of the police officers here are great guys. They are gun guys, pro 2A, pro America. They try and follow the letter of their law. They talk to you like a human being. They, I mean, they're not tax collectors.
Mhm.
They're they're good guys. And I know, and I've had bad experiences in other states, like going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit and getting pulled over doing 80 and a 75, and they're like, "Oh, you either pay me $150 right now, or I impound your car." So I've had like both sides of that fence.
Wow.
Never had I feel very lucky to live where I live now. That we have, like, just we have like I. It's hard to describe it other than that they're just good guys. Like they're
Jim told me a lot about the officers in Utah, And he has one right down the hill from him. And I think that's great having a cop that close personally, and he shoots and everything else. I would love that. That's a dream for me to be able to have my own range and have an officer right down the street knowing that I could leave and go on vacation and my wife's going to be okay,
Yeah, or watch your house or
Exactly.
Yeah, where Jerry and I live, because Jerry, 1911, and myself, we live in the same neighborhood. Our whole neighborhood is nothing but police officers, DEA, ATF, FBI, because they all live out here instead of living in the city, in Salt Lake City. So they all live out in the country and just commute to work. And I don't know if you've noticed this in other areas, but they group together, just like just like a lot of communities will be, an Oriental community or a Latino community or an African American community. Police officers are kind of the same way. They're kind of they group together, and I don't know exactly how that works. If it's just like, oh, where do you live? Oh, okay, I want to move out there too. I don't know exactly how they always end up grouping together, but our whole entire neighborhood is filled full of police officers. Jerry's in it.
That's great.
I literally right across the street from me, like 2 houses down, and then 2 more houses down from that, and there's nothing more than I love than the police cars out on my street, because I know if a car thief comes by or something, I think he's a lot less likely to hit my street when there's a police car parked across the street. You know what I mean? It's like I don't, maybe that's a false sense of security, but it makes me feel better not knowing that,
Oh, absolutely. See, my mom's town where she lives in Ripon, California, the city helped the officers buy houses there to keep them in the community. And they get to take their squad cars home. And I think that's awesome. I really do. And like Jim was saying, the officers by him, or I don't know if it's the same by you, a Dead Horse, that they're saying that they're not going to enforce this crap that they're trying to put out. I think that's great. I wish more officers would do that. Tell these politicians where to shove it.
Honestly, our first line of defense against government tyranny should be our local police and sheriffs. It really should. So against tyranny from an alphabet agency, your local sheriff should be your first line of defense. Personally, that's the first person I would call is my local sheriff. And I think it'd be, it's probably harder if you live in a big city, but living in a smaller town or city, I think you should be on a first name basis with your local sheriff or police chief and stuff like that, and know who those guys are. I also think that it's a good practice to take them a Christmas basket full of fruit. When something tragic happens, like the police shootings in Dallas or something like that, to take them a basket of fruit and a card saying, hey, man, we have your back. We respect what you do. And I don't think there's enough of that, right? Especially with the climate we have right now. There's way too much police hate where because of a couple bad cops, people want to lump all of them into that bad cop thing. And to me, that's racism, even though it's not against a certain people or color or creed or religion. Like, to me, it is straight up racism when it's the same thing as saying like, oh, this, certain color person, they're all bad, or something like that. It's the exact same thing saying all cops are bad. I had a cop save my son's life when he was a baby, an off-duty cop, right? Saved my son's life. When my son stopped breathing, the closest person in the parking lot to my wife was an off-duty cop, and he brought my son back to life, right? And stuff like that. And, and I've had bad experience with a police officer before. I've had a police officer just be a complete dick and to me. And I'm not going to let that one bad experience speak for all of them, and
Absolutely.
I think too many people have had a bad experience with the police officer. Some of them may have deserved it. Some of them may not have, but they let that speak for all of them. And I think that's, I think that's no different than being racist towards a certain group of people.
Mhm.
If you're going to lump all these police officers, oh, they're all bad, da da da. Like I don't see that. And personally, I hate police officers that are nothing more than tax collectors. I hate tax collectors. That's one thing I absolutely despise. If a police officer who wants to give you a ticket for a broken tail light, instead of just saying, hey man, get this fixed, or you know what, I'm going to carry around a bunch of the common light bulbs in my cruiser and a screwdriver, and oh, you got a light out here, man, let me help you replace this real quick. That's serving your community. And I've had that happen to me before. I've had a police officer pull me over for a light out, and guess what, he kept an entire thing of light bulbs.
Wow, that's great.
That is what a police officer should be, is serving his community, protecting his community, helping the people. And I think, they deal with some really bad shit. And I think everyone, especially if you have a bad opinion of the police, I think pull your head out of your ass for one day and go on a ride along with the police officer.
I was just going to say
I've
that.
been on several ride alongs with police officers. And I'll tell you what, nothing will wake you up quicker than going on a ride along. And guess what? As far as I know, every police department does it. It's real easy to do. You go down, you sign a form, you sign a waiver, and you get your ride along. And I think that'll wake you up to some of the things these guys have to see and have to go through. And I believe that every cop starts out with the intention of being a good cop and serving their community and protecting and serving, and they want to make a difference and they want the world and their community to be a better place. And I think certain shit gets to them over the years, and it can kind of make them more stern or just more of an ass, so to speak, right? But if there was people that were nicer to them, if there was people who, maybe gave them a break, I always hear people talking about, cops giving them a break. How about giving the cop a break for once, right?
Mhm.
And, the next time you're doing something wrong and you're speeding and a cop gives you a ticket, thank the officer. Say, you know what, man? Yeah, I was speeding. I was going 10 miles over. Thanks, man. You just gave me a wake-up call. Try doing that instead of bitching at him and yelling and cussing because you were breaking the law. You know what I mean? And maybe do something different like that, and maybe there wouldn't be as many of these bad cops out there. But cops are no different than a normal human being. We all know there's bad, evil, and good out there, and cops are no different. Of course, we're going to have a couple bad cops out there. Of course, we're going to have a couple, bad human beings. But with the state of the media is, when's the last time you saw a good cop story on the news where a cop pulls over and feeds a homeless person, buys a homeless person a pizza and sits down and eats with the homeless person? When's the last time you saw that story on the news? That happens every day in this country. We never see it. All we hear about is, oh, this cop beat up this guy. All we hear about it is the sense of them promoting one bad cop to make them all look bad.
BLM, man, BLM. Stupid.
Every day there are cops out there who are doing great things, and we need more of that. Imagine if our media focused on that, focused on all the good cops, just for a little while, even if it was just for a day, and ran all the good cop stories. And I'll tell you what, you have to dig deep to find these stories, because they don't put them on the front page of the newspaper. They don't put them on the nightly news of the cops that are actually out there making a difference, actually helping people, doing the good stuff. I mean, you don't see it. It's so hard to see. And unless you personally know police officers like I do, you're probably not going to see it. And I think that is this, like, it's almost a damn conspiracy against them. Like, I think that's what the left wants, is they want that. Because do you know what the first thing Hitler did when he got into power? Is replace all the police. Got rid of all the police. Do you know why? Because the police were the people's line of defense against tyranny. And I think the same thing's going on right now. This whole defund the police bullshit and cutting departments' budgets and da-da-da. Yeah, that's exactly what we need, That worked out real good for Germany. I'm sure it's going to work out real good for us, getting rid of all of our cops.
Well, you also got to think, like you were saying a little while ago, how, different people kind of group together. Maybe, intentionally you have different, Spanish people tend to live with other Spanish people, and same with whites, blacks. Everybody tends to do that. And it's not racially related as much as it is
biological
things in common.
It's nature.
Like,
Actually,
nature. Yeah. It's things they have in common. Like if you're a middle-aged white guy, chances are you're going to have more things in common with another middle-aged white guy than a middle-aged Asian person. But there are the ones that break the gaps. And like my next door neighbor, he's Vietnamese. He used to own a tire place here in St. Pete where I live. And he is more American patriot than I am. He has Trump flags on the back of his 4-wheel drive, big American flags. He believes in capitalism because that's how he made his life. His father came from Vietnam when Vietnam was taken over by the North Vietnamese in 1973. He came over here and he built himself up from selling fruit on the side of a road to being able to purchase a tire store and get himself started. And then he passed that along to his son and his son's son. But what I'm getting at is when you were saying people group together, police officers do the same thing. My 2 godparents are 2 Orange County sheriffs with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. And the reason why cops tend to group together is because cops tend to group with other people just like, that have the similar interests. Police officers try to avoid situations that can make, you're not going to find a cop hanging out at a party with a bunch of kids smoking pot, even if it's legal. The reason being is they don't want that professionalism to cross the line there. They don't want people to see them around people that are doing that because they don't want to give the wrong impression. That's the professionalism of that. I can totally understand that. It's the same reason why, and they deal with, like when I was a repo agent, I dealt with some very nasty people. When I was driving for AAA, I dealt with people that were happy to see me because they were broke down on the side of the road and they knew I had an air-conditioned truck some cold water and a way to get their vehicle back to their repair shop or to their house. When I was repoing, I dealt with scum of the earth, people who were drug addicts, alcoholics, that were living out of their vehicles and were literally just dodging me from house to house, and I was having to skip trace them. And by the time you find this person, you know about them, you know that they've, gone off the rails, and you have to take a piece of equipment back from them that they have spent money on, but they just didn't fulfill their end of the contract. And when you deal with those kind of people day in and day out, and I was doing towaways from downtown Orlando as well, where people were illegally parking and stuff like that. So I was constantly the bad guy. When you start dealing with people like that day in and day out, it skews your personality a little bit.
It makes you biased.
Well, yes.
And you can't help it, because being, like you said, repoing, I guarantee you have pulled up to a house to repo a guy's car before in a certain neighborhood, and the whole fucking neighborhood came out to confront you about it, right?
Oh yeah,
So,
throwing
certain
concrete rocks and shit at my truck. Yeah, dude. Yeah, and
So-
these are people that didn't even actually own the vehicle.
Yeah.
These were people next door neighbors and stuff, just so mad.
No, I know what you're saying, man. Like, and and I don't know why, certain groups of people, for sure group together, other than I think it's in our nature. I think that we feel, I think it's, maybe it's subconscious, maybe it's built into our DNA, but I think it's kind of always been that way. And, I think you see it a lot in nature with animals and stuff like that. I think that you're going to see certain groups of animals grouped together, and not just because they're the same species, but there's lots of different species that group together, and for certain reasons it's built into them. There's lots of fish that swim with big mean fish because they eat the parasites off the big mean fish, and the big mean fish provide protection of these little fish, right? They have like a symbiotic, that's the word I'm looking for, symbiotic relationship, right? And I think it's kind of the same thing. I think it's part of human nature, and I don't think it's racism or prejudice or any other thing. I think it's just kind of built into it, and I don't necessarily think color has anything to do with it. I think it's how we were brought up, and who raised us, and the morals and values that were instilled in us in a young age. I think that's the driving factor, just because I don't see a reason other than that. I don't see the color as a reason. I don't necessarily see the religion or the language even. I don't see that being the driving factors. I think that we just all kind of have this built-in desire to be around a similar, like-minded person, right? And I think that's also a survival instinct that we have built into us, like a survival of the fittest type of instinct. If one group gets sick and gets a disease, well, guess what? This other group is separated by them. They don't get sick and die off. So now the whole entire species doesn't die off, type of thing, right? And I think it goes down to that biological built in our DNA type thing when we really get down into it. And that's why we naturally kind of separate into groups, because if one group gets sick or something like that, the whole species doesn't die off.
Yeah, I could see where what you're saying.
And I'm sure I'm butchering it, but like I watched, I don't know, some documentary long ago that kind of explained it way better than what I'm doing. I'm butchering the hell out of it. But they were basically saying the exact same thing, that, like in nature, like how come there isn't a pack of 100 wolves running around? How come wolves are in packs of, 10, 15, here and there and all that? And you look at Yellowstone, right? And there's these different wolf packs in Yellowstone, and they never cross each other's borders and stuff like that. And it's built into their instinct. If one group got sick and dies off, well, the other groups are safe and protected and stuff. And I think it's, as much as we like to say we're not animals, we're animals. And I think it's built into us like that. And we just don't comprehend it or think about it. I think it's just kind of part of nature. It's a self-protection mechanism is what it comes down to. And I really don't think religion or race or any of that comes into play. I really don't. And that's why, you have not only religious people that group together and races that group together, you have, things like cops that group together or, stuff like that. And then, I'm sure you could throw in other factors like money and stuff like that. Of course, rich people are going to probably group together because they buy all the rich houses in the rich area and stuff like that, right? So there's going to be other factors thrown in there, but I think when it comes down to it, it's kind of like a survival type instinct. It's to ensure our survival. When are you going to sell me that Forester, dude, and get your 419, David?
Oh no, that's coming to California. What are you talking about?
I think I already had dibs
What
on
are you
that.
talking about? Man, don't make me smack your hand. Bad dead horse.
I need a Forster for my press collection. I don't have enough yet.
Oh, that new press you got for chump change, that was a cool press.
Dude, it's so cool.
Can you do your 50 BMG on it?
Oh, no.
No, it's not that tall. It looks really tall.
The only thing I can do on it is 357, 38 special, and
So pistol brass, basically.
yeah, that's not just like 357 and 38 special. I can kind of put like a 308 in there and stuff, but not it's not made for that.
Does it take standard dies?
Yeah, yep. Take standard 7/8 dies. But
Cool.
But I was thinking it took a special Hollywood shell holder, and I've never owned a Hollywood press before or anything. So when I saw it, I thought, okay, this takes a certain shell holder. Well, I have a buddy that has a Hollywood press, and I looked at his shell holders. It doesn't take those. So then I started thinking, okay, maybe it takes the old Herder shell holders. It doesn't take the Herder shell holders. And so I've been looking around. I finally came to find out that the RAM itself has the shell holder built into it.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And so there is no shell holder. Like the RAM is the shell holder.
So that press was made for one caliber, basically.
357, 38 special. Yep.
Wow. That's crazy. So you think it's scratch built?
Judging by the RAM, I'm going to say probably now. Before, I didn't think so because it's just built so damn well. Like even the turret head indexes and just like, like if you felt just how smooth it is and there's just no slop in the RAM at all, like you wouldn't think it would. You really wouldn't think it was home built. But now that I found out that the RAM has the shell holder built into it, it's either home built or someone has done that to the RAM or replaced the RAM to make it like that or something. So I'm still, kind of halfway on the fence about it. But just like the welds on it are so damn clean and just, man, but I'm kind of leaning right now towards it is a home built but from a guy who had major skill.
Sure. Now let me ask you one question. Vanessa Kitty, you rock. Thank you so much for taking the time to help your students out the way you do. I would have no patience for that. My wife helps out with special ed students. She's a para. You people are amazing because I was a dick to my teachers. And if I did, the same thing. If someone did the same thing I did to my wife, I would be pissed off. So thank you. You're an angel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know you've done it for quite a long time. Sorry, I didn't mean to grab the chat. I just wanted to thank her.
Well, no, yeah, definitely. I have mad appreciation to anyone that works with kids with disabilities or with kids in general, because
In general, because
I believe that was a tactic that the hippies started in the 60s, was to infiltrate the education system to brainwash the kids for the future, right? I really believe that was a tactic that they used, and that's why we have places like Berkeley and stuff, which I'm sure you know all about, being in California.
oh yeah,
But now we have schools like Berkeley that are doing nothing but just turning out brainwashed kids, right, and stuff like that. And so I've been saying for a long time that we need more. I don't care what label you want to put on it, conservative or whatever, but we need more more teachers leaving the politics and bullshit out of the education and just going straight with the education. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's too many teachers that are bringing politics and personal opinions and bullshit into the school system. I really do.
yes. I was very blessed in my high school years to have the teachers I had. Because here I was, 11th grade, and I'm in the Army. So I'm doing my senior year, and I'm already in the Army. And I'm looking at the kids going like, oh, you guys are punks now. Then I can see the adult part of it, because in high school, I was thinking, man, screw high school. I don't want to be here. I'd rather get a job and make money.
Yep.
Now, boy, I should have slapped myself. I wish I can go back and slap the hell out of myself saying, enjoy your time. Work will come later. Learn what you can learn. Get a skill. Absolutely.
We need more like pro 2A, pro America, actual values teachers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And
Not these
that
now. Get rid of our Second Amendment. Oh, let's get rid of it. Oh, I saw a shooting. I'm sorry you saw a shooting, but you're asking to get rid of it for the rest of your life. You have no idea what you're talking about.
When Trump was first elected, my son's art teacher had a class one day, an hour long, where all she did was bitch about Trump and how awful he was and how he was the next Hitler and all this stuff. And this is right after he was elected, right? And oh boy, I raised a shitstorm.
You should have.
And and because I just, this is an art teacher we're talking about, and I was just like, this has like no pit. Like, I mean, I raised every concern I could, contacted everyone I could about that, talked to the principal, talked to the school district, everyone, because I thought that was just the most outrageous shit I'd ever heard of. And then when I looked into it, I was like, oh, that's basically all of Berkeley and so many other colleges and schools right now, depending on what state and area you're in. That's all they're doing. They're not teaching our kids history, math, English. They're teaching them, opinions and politics and bullshit. I was like, listen, like, these kids, they can make up their own opinions when they become adults, Like, give them the skills to make that opinion, give them the English, give them the math, give them the stuff they need to know. And our school systems are, I'm sure Vanessa Kitty knows, our school systems are already so bad. Our textbooks are just atrocious that they teach they basically, a lot of schools and school districts are like, you're only allowed to teach what is in this textbook. And I didn't even know that was a thing. I had no idea that was even a thing, where there are entire school districts where the teachers are only allowed to teach what's in these books. And what they're going off of is just asinine, like some of the things that they're going off of. And oh boy, I'm so thankful that I went to school back before all this shit started. I can't even imagine how it'd be like going to school nowadays, man. How hard it must be for our kids, to go to one class and all the teacher wants to tell you about is how our president's the devil, and then going to another class and the math teacher doesn't even know math, or the English teacher doesn't even know English, and they're just like teaching it out of a book, and just the most lame, boring bullshit. I like the teachers kind of like the that take different directions and different alternatives and methods to teach these kids, kind of like the whole Stand and Deliver, that movie, and like those kind of approaches, and to get the kids interested in actually learning this stuff, because like just necessarily teaching it right out of the book doesn't do anything for these kids. Especially the kids that are struggling, the kids with learning disabilities and stuff. I mean, it doesn't do anything for them.
I agree. And one movie quote: "These books are from the devil. I wrote this book. Foosballs from the devil." Sorry, I had to do a little
Is that Waterboy?
Waterboy. Absolutely. You know it. But yeah, it's crazy. It's literally nuts. I had the best English teacher, math teacher. I mean, I still remember them today. Even my second grade teacher, Mrs. Washington, she saw that there was something wrong, that I wasn't keeping up, and she informed my parents. And yeah, I had some awesome teachers. And I wasn't the nicest student, but I had great teachers. I put them through hell. I would not want to go to school now. When my youngest son was in school, I was just looking at, especially this, I don't know, okay, Miss Kitty, Common Core Math. What you think about that, huh? Oh, jeez.
Oh, is that where the 2 + 2 = 3 thing? And
it's she'd have to explain it. My wife comes in going, I don't know what to do. I don't, and then she breaks down standard division. And they're like, "Oh, that's so much easier. Let me do it that one." Like, no, you can't. Your little answer is gonna be like 14 steps to get this one answer. It's nuts.
Now, I'll admit I did not understand it, but I literally just a week ago I watched an hour-long video of some super smart math professor, right? Explain how 1 can actually equal 0 and how 1 can actually equal 2 using math, right? And I'll straight up admit I did not get the gist of it, but I watched the whole hour-long video hoping I would. And at the end, I still came out dumbfounded, no smarter than I was before I watched the video. But for the life of me, I could not figure out through his math how he was making 1 = 0 and how he was making 1 = 2. And it's a video on YouTube. I'm sure if you just type in like 1 = 0 or something, it'll pop up. But man, I was absolutely dumbfounded.
That sounds like a headache.
And I'm not saying it's not a real thing or anything. Like I'm not saying it's as bad as Common Core or that it's not possible. I'm just saying I could not understand it. Like for the life of me, I tried. I watched that whole video. I even rewinded a couple parts, and I just, for the life of me, could not understand how this guy was actually doing it, like making 1 = 0. I was just like dumbfounded about it.
Wow, that's crazy, Miss Kitty.
What is Miss Kitty saying?
Let's see. Okay, Common Core is the specification of guidelines you must follow to keep your students progressing through the years of, what's that? I can't barely read it, sorry.
Curriculums.
Curriculums. Oh, okay.
I thought the Common Core was and I heard about this years ago, but I thought like someone was telling me that Common Core was like, they were saying that like 2 plus 2 equals 3, and like weird shit like that. Like I was just kind of talking about. I thought that was the Common Core thing.
I don't know, man.
Maybe
A
I'm
buddy of
mixing it
mine
up with something else.
was in Japan with her son and her husband, who's a Marine, and he was doing it there several years ago. And I'm like, I hope it doesn't come here. And it's like a year later, it was here, and it's just like she was scratching her head, and Victoria was a very intelligent woman, and I'm like, if you can't figure it out, don't come near me.
I feel bad about some things, like my kids will have a problem with something, some kind of problem or something. Well, not anymore because 2 of them are out of school now. But when they were in school, they would come with me with the problem, and I'd be like, "Whoa! Like I never learned about this in school.
Exactly.
Like this is like some like way more advanced stuff, or something's going on here." And like I would like some of the questions and stuff, and the verbiage and the wording, and it confused the hell out of me. And then I kind of felt bad for my kids. I was like, "Man, if this is confusing me, like, like how do I expect my kids to understand it?"
I used to have my kids talk to my brother Dwayne, because he used to do that. It was like one math question was 4 pages long. I mean, it was like calculus or something like. It was just way out there. And I'm like, how in the hell do you follow this to get to that answer? But he was able to help my boys where I couldn't, or my father. I was good at math. Spelling, if you guys watch my spelling, I look like a caveman with a hammer and chisel, but besides that, no. Spelling, math, kind of. But not now. I wouldn't want to be a student right now. Not with that crap.
I'll tell you what, I would sure like to see more 2A teachers, though. Like,
Absolutely.
do you know who Travis P11 is, Willie?
I think I've heard the name.
So he has a YouTube channel, and he does like gun reviews and ammo reviews and stuff like that. Well, he's a teacher, and stuff like that. And I wish we had more teachers like Vanessa Kitty and Travis P11, and more teachers that.
That's Travis P is in Paul 11.
Yeah. Yep.
The number 11 or written out?
The number 11.
Okay, I got him. Yeah, I'm sub to him.
Yeah, so he's a teacher, and I just wish that we had way more teachers like that in our school system. I would highly advise, even if you're retired, if you have a degree in something, man, maybe even if it was just being a substitute teacher, you know what I mean? If it's something, I would just love to see more of our community involved with our kids. Yeah, something, right?
Because
anything.
I glass bedded a stock at school. Now you'd never be able to do that.
Yeah,
but anything. I had a receiver and a barrel and a stock at high school. Glass bedding.
There are hardly any more woodworking things. They budgeted that out of everywhere. Even in rural communities like I live in, there are no more woodworking classes.
Yeah,
and even the mechanic class.
Yes,
the mechanic
and
stuff,
this is what they did. They basically, when I was in high school back in the late 80s, I had the last mechanics. I took mechanic 1, 2, 3, and 4 because they were 1 and 2 were together and 3 and 4 were together. And basically that's 2 entire class periods. And they ran back to back. Well, we had lifts, we had brake machines. I mean, you name it. We had a freaking garage with 8 lifts in it.
And you could bring in your own car.
We worked on the teachers' cars. The teachers would come in and they would need brakes done, or we would have a body shop. They would need, their fender, the dent in a fender pulled out and it painted. And these people are making $30,000 a year, so they don't have a hell of a lot of money. So they would let the kids, learn how to work on the cars. And we had an endless supply of cars that always needed something from oil changes to whatever. I used to work at my uncle's shop turning wrenches anyway, so they would let me go out in the class and knock out stuff that we had already covered. and we just needed to get it done for the teachers, like oil changes, brake jobs, you name it, I've done it. So the bottom line was, but when I was getting ready to graduate, they had basically retired both of our shop teachers. They're both mechanics teachers and one shop teacher. They'd gotten rid of the facility, sold all of the product off to in an auction to parts places and repair shops. And they said it was because the insurance was too high to keep the kids, completely insured. Which
And do you know how many the things like shop, woodworking, even home ec, like how many kids that helped and gave them a career in something, like being an auto mechanic or a framer or a roofer or something, and gave them a head start on that and some experience in that, or either gave them the start to do that or taught them, hey, I don't want to do this kind of work. Maybe I should study even harder and be a doctor, right? One way or the other, how many kids those programs helped out, right? Whether it was teaching kids how to work with their hands or the kids or the kids finding out that they didn't want to work with their hands, right?
Yeah.
And one way or the other, classes like that helped out tons of kids. And we don't have that anymore.
Loved it. We had hot tanks, cold tanks. I can tell you how many teachers I did turning rotors, doing their brakes, transmission services, everything. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Because I grew up with a wrench in my hand. My whole family was mechanical. So when I went in, they put me from auto 1 to auto 3 right off the bat. Because I'm like walking up going lifter, but I'm identifying all the parts going, yeah. It was a blast. I loved it. Woodworking, I was always kind of afraid that I'm going to slice a finger off with my dumb ass, but
okay.
I was
going to tell you the story.
Woodworking until I actually did it, until I actually used the tools. But yeah, I was like kind of cause I had never used like any of those woodworking tools because I had woodworking in junior high is when we had woodworking. It was in junior high. It wasn't even high school, and I'd being like a 13-year-old kid and stuff, and handling like all sorts of saws and stuff. I had never even handled any woodworking tools before, so I was pretty timid about it too.
Well, the thing about woodworking, I had my dad, he was a Finnish carpenter and a fireman. He could go in and he could build the most incredible things. And I was always so impressed with it that I took woodworking. So I show up to woodworking and the class, and I sit down, I get out my pen and my spiral notebook, open it up. Out comes this fella. And when he holds his hands up to the class to say hello, I notice that 2 of his fingers are cut off.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, I raised my hand. I go, hey, you mind telling me how you lost your fingers? He goes, right here with a radial arm saw. I said, I think I'm in the wrong classroom. I got up. I walked next door to the automotive class, and I said, excuse me, who's teaching this class? And the one, Mr. Lacrone. That was his name, Mr. Lacrone, old white guy, shaved head, a high and tight, and with a walking cane, about 270-pound man, 6 foot tall, looked like he could break you off sideways. And he says, well, I'm teaching this class, son. Can I help you? And I go, yeah, I just went next door. I had a class that I was supposed to be over there, and the guy cut his fingers off in a radial arm saw, and I'm not looking to do that. And I have an uncle that owns a Mercedes-Benz shop here, sales facility and repair facility. And I have worked at his shop during the summer, helping him out and stuff like that. And basically I figure, you seem to have all your fingers. and I would, like to, be in this classroom, and then the whole class is laughing. Nobody knows who I am. So he goes, okay, well, I tell you what, go down and see this lady. And it was some, one of the, I don't know what the fuck they call them, but they were women that would help you out in your choices of classes.
Counselor.
And yeah. Okay. Yeah. A counselor. And basically I had her switch my class over from wood shop to that. And she was dying laughing when I told her the story. Why? She was like, well, that makes perfectly good sense with me. And I'm like, well, yeah, I didn't want to, I felt bad saying it to the gentleman, but the bottom line was, come on, dude, you're teaching a class and I'm got to worry about getting my fingers cut off. I'm like, nah, dude. I'm just like, nah, I'm not dealing with that.
Thanks for coming out, Jerry Parker. Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to
Merry
everyone
Christmas
on the
to
site.
everybody.
Absolutely. Happy New Year. I hope everyone gets everything they deserve. Just great.
Well, no, let's not say that.
Well, I'm hoping, I can hope that everyone gets what they need and deserve.
Oh, well, what they need and deserve may be two different things is all I'm saying.
True. The deserve part, I won't get either. So, and the need part, no, I won't happen either. So, but gotta smile. Gotta stay positive. But you know what? I don't know about you guys. I loved home ec. I loved learning to sew. So when I joined the military, I knew how to darn my own socks. I knew all that stuff ahead of these other guys. I knew how to polish shoes and make a cake and everything. Oh, yeah.
You know what I liked about home ec?
The girls.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, dude. That was a good place to be.
That's why I learned to give nice massages in the shoulders and everything. Oh, yeah.
And the other thing I liked about home ec was actually the cooking.
Oh, yeah.
Like
we
they
gotta
teach
eat
you
all
like
the
how to
food
make
we
a
cook.
pizza and stuff like that, or grilled cheese or something like that. So
Instead
I
of eating
didn't mind that.
Instead of eating school lunches, oh yeah, we got the grub in there.
I hated the sewing.
Did you?
Oh god, like we had to make like our own like shirt or something one time. I can't even remember what it was. A pair of trousers, something. We had to make some sort of clothing, and I just failed horribly at that. And just like I've always stayed away from sewing. Like no. But the cooking and the girls and I can't remember what else I ever did at home ec other than really cook, sew, or talk to girls. Like
You can't forget sex ed. Yeah, they need to bring that back. I'm sorry. Teach the kids to be safe. Hell, our teacher made us put the condom on the banana, the whole thing.
No, we never did that. Like we never.
I had a sex ed teacher. He was a total hippie, long hair, bell bottoms, the whole thing. He was a pothead, and he made sure we went through all that and learned everything to be protected.
I was really lucky when I was in elementary school. We got like the first rock climbing wall in the country put in our elementary school because my 4th grade teacher was a world famous rock climber who had climbed mountains all over the world, right? And he was like a hippie guy. He rode a bicycle every day to work, like 50 miles, not even joking, right? Every day. And he had like a really fancy bike that he could go really fast on, like the Tour de France guys, right? And stuff. But he was like a total kind of hippie. And we had that rock climbing wall, and man, that was like one of the best experiences I ever had at school was that. And I had that same teacher for 4th grade, and then he switched, and I had him again for 6th grade.
Hang on, horse. Cody, Merry Christmas, good night. Give your children our love. Stay safe and vigilant.
Yeah, good night, Cody.
Yeah, Cody, thanks for coming by, brother. I will talk to you soon, bro.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Make sure, Cody, after you go tuck him into bed, that you go outside his window and ring a bell and ho, ho, ho.
Absolutely.
Kids get a kick out of that.
Now, last night, did you guys go out and look at, what was it, Saturn or some two stars aligned?
That was on the
Kyle,
21st, I think.
was that the 21st? Yeah, we were fogged in. We couldn't see anything here. I was hoping to see it, but
One of my friends thought the world was going to come to an end or something, or aliens or something. Like he was all about that whole great conjunction thing, and like, like he literally thought like something like spectacular, like, you know, extraordinary was going to happen. And the next
good
day,
night, Uncle Jim.
I asked him, so like, what happened, man? Did aliens come or whatever? And he was like, no.
Did you get probed? Woohoo. Yeah, see me. Everyone knows I was an airborne ranger. I jumped out of planes for a living, repelled, dead, afraid of heights. Still hate heights. Can't stand heights. But I did it because I had to.
I think a healthy fear of stuff that can kill you is just fine.
Absolutely.
You know,
Especially
I
when
think
you're Australian repelling head first. Man, that scares the living tar out of you. But it has a point.
No, I think it's good to have a fear of things that can hurt you.
Mhm.
A healthy fear, right? Because that's just going to make you cautious and make you maybe think about safety a little more and precaution and stuff like that. So that's survival. You know, that's how we don't get affected by Darwinism. That's another thing that we need, less of is government intrusion. We need to let Darwinism work. There's too many dumbass people spreading their genes around. You know, Darwinism is dead in the human species right now because I'm surprised you know what? I'm not surprised because I bet you somewhere there's a law where it's literally a law that you can't run with scissors, right? I guarantee you there's a law in some city or state somewhere where it's like, it's against the law to run with scissors, right? Like, I'm all for telling people not to run with scissors. I'm not for the government telling us that. Because if there's someone stupid enough not to listen to you and do that, well, that's Darwinism. We need to let Darwinism work. That's how we make our species stronger. You know, like, there's too many dumbass people spreading their genes out there because of government intrusion. If you don't want to wear a seatbelt or you don't want to wear a helmet on your motorcycle or whatever it may be, like, let people do what they want. Like, you know, let Darwinism work itself out. We'd be stronger as a human race that way.
Now, not to change the subject, but have any of you ever refilled one of these cans? I know Harbor Freight sells a kit where you can go from your big propane tank to fill these little tanks up. Either one of you ever done it?
No.
I've been thinking about buying that kit because I burned them up annealing brass. Now, when is your annealer coming out, Dead Horse?
As soon as I figure out my the little issue I'm running into, which I'm hoping a PID might be able to solve for me.
Do I need to make you a PID?
I'm well, see, I don't know if it has to be a special PID or not. I'm trying to see. There's actually very little info on PIDs except for the main thing that people use them for, right? Which is, at least in our community, is just, you know, turning on and off the pot, keeping a set temperature. Mm-hmm. I need to know things like how fast can a PID react to temperature. So let's say I have a 750 degree, you know, even though I'm not using it for lead, I'm going to use this as an example. Let's say I have a 750 degree lead pot and I stick that K thermocouple inside of it to read the temperature. How fast will that PID read the temperature and then turn off? How fast does that happen? Does
couple
it take,
seconds.
You know,
and
that's the thing.
Is programmed set to turn off at 700 degrees. Okay, you in your pot's at that degree. You throw that K coupler in. It's a couple of seconds and it shuts the pot right off.
See, and that couple seconds
will kill a case.
Like even 1 or 2 seconds can be a huge drastic difference.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So like I have to kind of figure it out and get it like really precise. And then not only that, but like one thing I've been trying to figure out, and I've asked several people, and no one's given me an answer yet. Can you have an audible alarm on the PID? Is that built in? Is that something I can add? Can I have it beep when it reaches a
I don't see why not, but I know my PID doesn't have an alarm on it at all.
Any kind of audible noise where it beeps when it reaches a certain temp, or
that's a good question. I really don't know. But you might want to talk to people who do brewing beer and doing the cold part. They might know more about it because
they use PIDs for brewing beer.
Yeah, because you can do heat and cold with the thermocoupler on a PID, so you can do all that. So
and that's kind of what I was thinking. I was asking the wrong community, because because all the guys in the 2A community, as far as I know, they're just kind of using PIDs for the lead.
Sure.
And I had no clue what else people are using PIDs for, right?
Yeah, it does Fahrenheit, Celsius. You can do cold, heat. It does a lot more than I ever do with it. And if Johnny's reloading bench didn't make that video building it, I would have no clue on how to build a sumbitch. I'm not an electrician. I know nothing about that stuff. But I just sent the Scotsman his. He just received his. So.
Well, that's going to be my next project. Is at the first of the year. I actually already have everything in my Amazon cart.
There you go.
It's only like literally buying everything but the case on Amazon is only like $36 or something.
They've come down dramatically. Yeah. I can't say the right word. When I built mine, it was like 125, and now they've come down. Look at that one you showed me. It was like $20.
Yeah.
It's crazy now.
And then I need to research thermocouples, which I actually know a lot about thermocouples, but not for PIDs. But I need to research thermocouples and figure out if there are different types of thermocouples where one might be more sensitive or might sense temperature faster, and so forth, or a flame sensor.
I have to do a video. I'll turn my pot. I'll let my pot get hot, and I'll just dunk the thermocoupler in to see how fast it reads it and shuts off. Now, what type of heating is it? Is it one of those? Damn it! Not like a thermocouple. Shit, I'm trying to think of the heating where you heat up a stud and you got to take it out of an engine block. They just go down and heat it real fast and pull it off.
Helicoil.
Yeah, helicoil. That's it. Is it that style, or it's not torch, right?
No, it's induction. It's
induction. That's the word, induction. Thank you so much.
So, and there are those handheld induction guns that mechanics use all the time.
But they're not cheap.
Those have actually gotten a lot cheaper. I was looking at one just the other day that was like $180.
Yeah, to me, that's a lot of freaking money.
But those ones don't have off switches at a
no.
Those ones they put on until it glows red hot, and then they take the bolt off or the stuck nut or whatever, right? And so those don't, those are just straight on and off. And then I saw that link that you sent me, Willie. That one's way too small, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah, it's way too small. By the time that it heats the mouth up fast enough, the body's going to be too hot. So that's the thing, is you have to have a powerful enough one to heat that neck up fast enough before it has a chance to transfer to the body.
Sure.
Or you run the risk of starting to anneal your the body, the head of your case.
Yeah, I like one. I looked at those, the mechanic ones, but it's just almost $200. I'd rather wait for yours to come out and buy it from someone I know and help someone out,
Well, I'm probably actually just going to end up sending you and David one, just because I'm going to need some non-biased, non-biased.
Hey, just make sure they're programmed right, not like someone else is sending this different stuff out and making people yell. I'm not going to say that no more. Okay.
No, not for reviews, not at all. And actually, that'd be a thing, is I wouldn't want to review on it until it was finalized too.
Sure.
But I would like real world feedback.
Oh, sure.
Someone that's doing it their way, their, in their place time, their, their calibers and whatnot, and then give real world feedback. And I'm still in the process of just right now, I am still comparing, and I've been doing it for almost the last year, but it takes so long to get this data back. Salt bath annealing versus
Sure.
induction
Andy's
versus
doing
torque.
that. Andy's doing salt bath annealing, and he says he's getting good results.
Oh yeah, I mean, I believe it, and I know that there's certain people out there right now that are like, salt bath annealing doesn't work because the annealies or whatever, or no, what is it? The Amp Annealer induction annealer company has a paper on their website talking about how salt bath annealing doesn't work. So let me get this straight. A product that costs 12 times or more.
No.
Right?
Those machines are almost $1,500 now with the new.
Yeah, so 15 times more at the very least. 15 times more. And, so you're telling me a company that has a competing product that costs 15 times more is bad mouthing a product that costs 15 times less and telling you it doesn't work? Like I'm supposed to believe that? Where's the independent fact checkers? Where's the independent analysis? You know what? It's out there. When I look up the independent analysis, they say it works. Right?
Oh yeah, of course. Because
like the
here's
people
the
that are saying
problem.
that doesn't work have a competing fucking product that costs 15 times more. Of
No,
course, they're going to
listen,
tell you
let
the
me-
cheaper product doesn't work
Of
because you would
course.
buy the cheaper product. Like,
Yeah, listen. These guys that own Annealy's, they live in New Zealand. Okay, they're from New Zealand. The product cost almost $200 just to get it shipped to from New Zealand. Excuse me, from New Zealand to the U.S. Brownells sells it. I believe, I know for a fact Brownells does. A couple other shops do. They've got this new Aztec program that basically will
melt
take,
your breath.
it destroys one piece of brass, but it finds out the exact temperature in which it needs to anneal that brass to get it annealed
But guess
correctly.
what? Yeah, but that's for that head stamp of brass.
Yeah, what
Right.
happens if
So
you have
guess what? Winchester
I-
is, even if it's 308, Winchester is different than Federal.
Federal,
Which is
and it's
different
different
than,
from everybody else.
Yeah, I
Every-
mean,
Even brass from the same manufacturer will vary from batch to batch. But what I'm saying is those fellas, they sent out to YouTube channels that were big. Vaughn, I believe, Vaughn Reloading. He's a nice guy, but
yeah,
he got, I think he got one. I can't say for sure. I don't want to misspeak, but there was a few channels that got them. But basically, they all said they worked great.
I'm
Well-
sure it does. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it does, dude. But $1,500, I can buy a lot of brass, even Lapua.
I
You
can't
know
even
what I'm-
imagine how much propane, how long it would take. Like $1,500 in propane would be more than I'd ever need in a lifetime, probably, to do brass. I would
see now, if
probably
I
never-
would have known about the salt annealing, I would have never sent James Pollard that little my old ladle port one that Andy gave me. Because that sucker would melt the salt no problem. And
Yeah.
But I'm glad that James Pollard has it because he built me my annealing machine.
And here's my advice: if you want to do salt bath annealing, go buy the little tiny Lee 4-pound pot. Right.
Yeah.
Go to Home Depot, buy a stainless steel bolt. Right. Buy a couple stainless steel nuts to go on that bolt. Stainless steel now. Okay, and buy a fucking shower drain.
Yeah, make a bath.
Stainless steel
Go
shower
in and out.
drain.
Yeah.
Okay, and then drill the holes out in the shower drain a little bit bigger and round that you want for your different calibers. Run that bolt through the center of it and stick it in the pot, and that's going to be no different than the kits that are out there today that
Oh,
cost
sure.
$100.
Absolutely.
Because I have both salt bath annealing kits from Sea Shooter and from Ballistic Recreations, both the kits. Okay.
Now, what type of salt do you use? Just normal rock salt, or
No. It's a mix of two different salts. It's the mil-spec mix. So the military's been using salt bath annealing since the 40s,
oh, I'm sure.
right? And it's this,
Because it's cheap.
it's this potassium nitrate and oh god, now I'm having a brain.
Potassium chloride,
No, it's potassium nitrate and sodium
nitrate.
nitrite. There's a difference
Nitrite.
between nitrate and nitrite. I think it's. Hold on, let me Google it just so I don't get it.
Nitrite is a lot more salty. It's a lot more condensed. Like nitrite in ammonia, nitrite can be transferred over to a nitrate by the biological filter.
It's sodium nitrite and potassium nitrate.
So let me ask this question: after you dunk it, you just let them air dry, and there's no residue,
Right in
or
water.
you can drop them in water, and it's not going to pop or spit or.
Nope. Just keep the water source.
There you go. Yeah, that's what I use.
Keep the
I
water
love that
source
shit.
below the annealer. Don't keep it on the same level as
Sure,
the
sure,
table.
of course.
So have it in the bucket on the floor, okay? And just throw that case right into the water, and then you wash the salt off of it. So,
Yeah, brass juice is some good stuff. Expensive, but it works. I'm on my 6th tumbling with the same water and the same juice, and it's working beautifully.
I'm going to do a review. I've heard a lot of good things, and I've heard a lot of stories about it not doing what it was supposed to do. And how
Oh, I
clean
don't
is it
know.
getting the primer pockets?
Well, okay. When the primer pot, see,
well, here's the thing, Willie. Are you using stainless steel pins?
I did on one batch, and on one batch, no pins at all, and they came out great. Now, primer pockets, I use my RCBS primer pocket uniformer, so I don't care what the primer pockets look like.
Yeah.
And on pistol brass, I can give a rat's ass what the primer pocket looks like, but I want a
problem I have
uniform.
with brass juice is they specifically advertise it that you don't need stainless steel pins, and it cleans the primer pockets. Now, I'll tell you, if you are using Remington primers, guess what? Everything will clean the fucking primer pockets, because Remington primers, that the residue that it leaves behind in the primer pocket is really flaky and super easy to come off on Remington primers. On other brands of primers, that's not so much.
See, I went hog nuts, guys. I don't have any more brass that I need to clean that the primer pockets have already been cleaned, so I can't tell you how it did on the primer pockets. I was just happy the way the brass turned out. You know, no water spots, nothing. Dry, beautiful. They look like brand new brass.
And in my experience, you have to have something there that causes a friction.
Sure.
Something,
I can believe that.
and you can take basically some hot soapy water and put just brass in that hot soapy water and tumble it. The brass itself is going to rub on the outside of each other and polish each other up, and they're going to come out real nice and clean and sparkly. Okay. But the inside, not so much. The primer pockets, not so much, unless you can get something in there. Now, Lemmy Shine is coarse, and it's a citric acid, and that'll help. And stuff like that. But without something like stainless steel pins or rust or some sort of other additive, it's really hard. And of course, this is also powder dependent, and it's primer dependent. Just like I said, Remington primers create a flaky residue that's really easy to clean up, super easy. You can literally pick up some cases that have been used with Remington primers and basically blow in the primer pocket, and it'll come out pretty damn clean, so it's really powder dependent and primer dependent. But on some of the more stubborn primers and powders, you have to have something in there that is actually physically rubbing on there. Whether it's, I like to use rust for my steel BBs, right? I found that works better than stainless steel. That's what I prefer. But you have to have something in there. You know, you can just, and now Let Me Shine will work. But there's two types of brass cleaners really. There's detergent and there's acidic. Okay, every type of brass cleaner you're going to find is going to be one of those two. They're going to be acid based or detergent based, one or the other. Okay, if you look up the MSDS, the Material Data Safety Sheet for brass juice, it's exactly the same as the Birchwood Casey brass cleaner, and most of them are all identical. Some of them might have a little bit. Some of them might have a little bit less of one ingredient and a little bit more. Some of them might throw in a little an extra ingredient. Some of them might leave out an ingredient, but they are all super similar. Like, I mean, so similar that you're probably not going to notice the difference.
Okay, I got a bunch of 40 cal brass from Daniel. God is my judge. I'm going to deprime them and throw them in that. And this will be the 7th washing with the same fluid and water. I'm not adding anything to it. And I have the large Frankfurt Arsenal. I had it to the top, this last one, and they came out beautiful. Just gorgeous.
Now,
I overloaded it.
Now, depending on what brass you're doing, like of course everyone knows rifle brass is harder to clean than pistol brass, right? The next case,
they're mixed between rifle and pistol.
The primer you use, is depending on how that matters on how clean they come, and the powder, and the powder. And I would argue also, I'll wait for Willie to get back so he can hear me.
I will say it's expensive. I will say that you can do a lot more. Okay, here we go. I don't know if you can see it. It does not clean the primer pocket all the way.
No.
There is residue in there.
And that's what I don't like with how expensive. See, the main thing I don't like about that company is they specifically advertise it that you don't need stainless steel pins, and they specifically advertise it that it cleans the primer pockets.
Well,
Every
most of these
single
are
thing I've seen.
There is residue in a couple of them, but not bad.
No, yeah, not bad, but they specifically say you don't need stainless steel pins, and that you don't need it, and that it will clean the primer pockets. And I have found that to be a lie, no matter what it is, unless you actually have something in there that's coarse or causes friction.
I'll tell you what, I cannot stand Frankfurt Arsenal's stainless steel pins. They are
they get stuck in the flash holes.
They are, I think they're garbage. I'm going to get the pins that look like a triangle. They're all rough shaped, But I'm trying to get away from pins because they're a pain in the ass.
BBs, dude, still BBs.
Yeah.
Yeah, just get the BBs.
Either that or get these. I'm going to send you.
The secret about the steel BBs isn't the steel, it's the rust. Use them once, get that copper wash coating off of them, okay? Mm-hmm. After that, they will rust. That rust is the best damn cleaner I have found yet. You can just use hot water and just the BBs, and your brass comes out awesome. If you want it to be really shiny, throw a pinch of Let Me Shine in there and a drop of dish soap.
Yeah, so that's my problem. I always put just too much Let Me Shine, and it turns them gold color, and drives me nuts.
Yeah, just
it strips. And I use that, like I said, that big Frankfurt Arsenal. I did 1 9mm case full Let Me Shine, way too much. I cut it to half. Same thing. I'm like, what did I got to do a little tiny, just a finger pinch in there? And Mark MCK was using some type of
take a 22 LR short case. Okay. Glue it to a chopstick or something. That's it. That's how much you use. Is a 22.
Mark was using some type of lemon fruit pop. Mark will have to tell you what
citric acid. It's probably going to be citric acid. But a 22 short case glued to anything, a screwdriver, a stick, whatever. That's how much Let Me Shine you use. It's just a 22 short case.
22 down to
or cut a 22 long rifle case down, or one of those nail gun blanks or whatever, like something about that size. That's about how much you want to use.
I've always caught myself turning my brass gold, stripping something out of the brass.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing. You can definitely leach out of the brass.
But I like the stuff, but to my door, it was $30. I'm thinking this stuff better work really super good for this amount of money. Now, again, I've done 6 loads to the top in that Frankfurt Arsenal. I couldn't get not one extra case in there, and it worked great.
I bought a Frankfurt Arsenal dry tumbling media with the additives in it. And then to my pet store corn cob bedding with a cap full of most people use New Finish car wax, right? That's the common thing you'll see people using. I use McGregor's Teflon car wax is what I use. That's the best car wax I've found.
I saw Uncle did add a little to his, so no water spots.
My pet store bedding with the McGregor's Teflon car wax works way better than the Frankfurt Arsenal with additives tumbling media. And and
that's a dry tumble media, you're saying?
The dry tumbling media. And because I've asked Eka how long has it been? Like 5 years I've been experimenting with cleaning brass. So I have 2 dry tumblers, I have a wet tumbler,
ultrasonic,
and I hand tumble, right? And hand tumbling is basically an Arizona iced tea bottle with my steel BBs, my rusted steel BBs in it, with a pinch of Lemmy Shine, hot water, and a drop of dish soap. And and honestly, the hand tumbling works the freaking best, dude.
And when you just roll around on the ground with your foot,
and curl it like you're working out. You get a workout at the same time. But I've experimented with all these different ways, and I found that every single product that a reloading company or something similar wants to sell you does not work as good as the popular cheap methods. That's been my conclusion. I have not found a company, whether it's Lyman or Frankfurt Arsenal or whoever, even their ultrasonic cleaner juice and stuff like that. I mean, nothing works better than the cheap traditional home methods I found. Sure. And it's cheaper, and it's not all in one bottle. You might have to grab 2 different ingredients and mix it or whatnot. So, so I've been calling all these things kind of gimmicks now for a while, because I have yet to seen a company that can compare to basically what I'll call the home remedy methods. And
sure. Well, I just wanted to give this stuff a try. I've been impressed with it. I'll say this. I have been impressed the way the brass comes out looking store-bought,
Well, if I was you, the next time you get a batch, split it 50-50, right? Do the brass juice with or without stainless steel pins, right? They advertise you don't need them. But I would still suggest use them no matter what. Try that, and then do a drop of dish soap and Lemmy Shine, and then make your own fair comparison on which one's working better. Because I'll tell you, the drop of dish soap and pinch of Lemmy Shine is way cheaper than that brass juice. And then compare and then compare if you can even tell a difference, or if one's better than the other. If they're both the same, you might as well go the cheaper route, right?
Oh, of course.
But if one's more, if one is better, let's say the brass juice is better, okay? How much better, and does that justify the extra cost?
Sure.
Right? That's what I would look at. And then if it is, then go for it. If you're like, hey, this does do a better job and I think it's worth the extra cost, then I'm all for it. But, I hate to see people throw away money on a lot of products. And let's face it, there are a lot of gimmick ass products in our community, right? Just like the as seen on TV shit. You know, like almost every late night infomercial that's as seen on TV, you know damn well that product doesn't do what it says it does, and it's garbage, right? like,
Of course.
and you know, and I think there's a lot of that in our community, that someone puts a name on something, they make a couple wild claims, and no one holds them accountable, especially when there's YouTubers out there who are getting a kickback or something for doing a video on it.
Where's my
And-
kickback? Shit.
You know, and they're like, hey man, this thing's so awesome and da da da, and this works better, da da da. But like, I'm curious, like, hey, like, okay, yeah, let's say it works great, but is it better than these alternatives that are way cheaper? Or is it, you know, like I have not seen one single damn review video where someone has actually put that to the test and said, hey, like, is this any better? And if it is, how much better? And does it justify the cost? And that's the kind of stuff
that's
I
what
want.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Oh yeah,
I've got a bunch of nasty stuff, brass, and I'm gonna do it head to head using tap water and distilled water with
Yeah,
and without pins.
Distilled water. I'm using tap water.
Yeah. Well, it all depends on if you have hard water or not.
I
Yeah,
do.
Well,
I
that
have
depends on for your
hard
brass
water.
spots and stuff. Yeah, getting brass spots on your brass. And
That's why Jim was saying he puts a little bit of car wash or wax on it. He sprays a little wax while the brass is wet, and it gets rid of all the water spots. But I'm thinking that's too much work for me.
Yeah, what I would do is what I always do is I always see the thing is with keeping the fluid for multiple washings.
Mhm.
I usually dump it out because the bottom line is I like to rinse my brass again in clean water that is tumbled again, just with so that I get all that cleaner off of my brass so that it doesn't go into the dryer. My
I
my
use a
cyclone.
colander, Dave. I
What?
use a colander to
Yeah.
and so I can rinse the brass off, and then I use my media, the walnut and corn media separator, to get the pins out. Done.
one thing I will say is I like shiny brass and stuff. Everyone likes their bullets to look good, but like one thing I don't do with my, what I call my plinking ammo, which is mainly like 223 and 9mm. I honestly don't give a shit how it looks as far as tarnish goes, and I care that it's clean. No one has ever been able to prove to me or to anyone else that tarnish has ever caused a malfunction on brass.
Yeah, see, I
And,
like clean brass going through my dies. I don't like dirty brass in my dies.
And tarnish is clear. Like, just because brass has tarnish doesn't mean it's not clean, though.
Sure,
So,
sure, absolutely.
but some people, I like, you gotta. Everyone's different, and just for me, I'm not saying for anyone else, but just for me, I'm totally okay with tarnish on my 9mm. When my tumbler stops, I'm not in a hurry to get it out of the water. It might even be the next damn day. And I might have hard water deposits on it. I might be able, which I can rinse off. If you leave it sit for more than a couple days, those hard water deposits might be a little bit more stubborn. And then all you got to do is put a couple capfuls of vinegar in some boiling water, throw the brass in it for about 1 minute, dump it out onto a towel, roll it in the towel. All those hard water spots are gone. Vinegar works great at taking away hard water spots and stuff like that. But as far as actually tarnished brass, it cycles and works perfectly.
I had brass from my gun range that was out there probably for over a year. I couldn't even tell it was brass. I had to have a magnet with me to see if it's steel. And this brass juice cleaned it, looked brand new. One cycle, and I had it to the top, packed, overloaded. Because I'm thinking, if I'm going to burn this some, I want to see how strong this thing is. Because I'll send it back to Amazon and get another one. I don't really care. So I wanted to see how good it works. I love the timer on it because I have the Harbor Freight dual tumbler, and Jamie made me a canister. Works fine, but there's no timer on it, so drives me nuts sometimes. But man, I don't know. Will I buy it again? Probably not. But right now, I'm enjoying it because, like I said, that water is black as night right now, and it still cleans the brass. Now, did it clean the primer pockets? Good. It did fair job, but remember, I'm on the 6th rinse, and I'm only supposed to do run 4. So I might be defeating the purpose. I might have to try new water, new chemical, and everything to see how it does on the primer.
Well, I would give it a fair test. So I would start,
Yeah.
if you're going to test it against a different method, I would start fresh just to make the test fair,
Sure.
But I would also be curious because I swap out my water after every batch, right?
I used to also, when it's soap and water, and Let Me Shine, I poured it right out.
I would be curious if someone kept the same water of Let Me Shine soap mixture and kept reusing that, how that would compare on the 4th, or like you said, you're on the 6th one, right? I'd be really curious 6 batches later how Let Me Shine and soap. And just because I like to do this kind of crap for my own personal knowledge, right? I'm probably going to try that now because I never even thought about that.
I'd be interested to see how it turns out because I was shocked when they said you can keep reusing it, and sure shit, you can, And I got mad because I spilled some of the liquid out, so I was pissed, thinking, "Damn, I'm losing my product," But I have a 5-gallon bucket. I have a wire trash can from the dollar store. I pour the brass into that, shake as many pins when I have pins out, put it in the colander, finish drying it, take it in the kitchen, rinse it all off with super hot water, and then put them in the food dehydrator and dry them.
Well, one thing too is that maybe the carbon residue, right, and the powder residue and stuff that we're cleaning off of our cases, that goes into the water, right? And it maybe that can also act as that coarse or friction agent that I was talking about, and actually help it clean better as it gets dirty. But I think that water has a certain amount of
that it can only absorb,
or carbon that that it can basically absorb.
And then once you hit that,
it's going to stop working.
Yeah, you have to have water somewhat clean to a certain extent. Now, I understand what you're saying about having dirty water as an added abrasive to clean the brass. And that makes sense because when I used to work at a gun shop back in the early 90s, 91, I worked for a fella over in Orlando for quite a few years. And I basically did every shit job you could think of in a gun shop at range that you could think of. But the bottom line was, he told me this a long time ago. He said, "David," he goes, "why do you keep washing all these rags?" And I'm like, "Well, they're dirty. They got carbon all in them and crap." And he's like, "They've got cleaning fluid, right?" And I go, "Yeah, hoppies." And he goes, "They've got carbon." He goes, "Let me show you something. Give me a clean rag." He goes, he pours a little bit of hoppies on there. He starts cleaning a pistol, a revolver. He takes the dirty rag out of my thing that had hoppy still on it, and it was all nasty. I mean, it was pretty nasty. And he starts polishing the front of a cylinder of a revolver where all that carbon gets baked on when the bullet fires. He starts rubbing it, and shit, dude, after a couple of minutes of rubbing it, it actually took the lead, because we shot all lead reloads at the shop, and it was a rental gun. So it started taking off the some of the carbon, but almost all of the lead took it right off, where the clean rag didn't do it. And it was because of that abrasiveness there. It wasn't enough to scratch the actual weapon, but it was enough to pull on a cotton rag to pull crap off the front of that cylinder that I could not believe. He says when they get really bad is when they won't absorb any more materials, when they're all black. But he's like, when they're, half black, 3/4 black, he says that's the best time to use them to clean real dirty stuff. And so I could imagine water would be the same way until it got to the point that it was just so filthy that it would no longer absorb any more pollutants.
Well, that kind of makes sense too, because diamonds are made out of carbon, right? It's I'm pretty sure it is considered like an abrasive material, right?
Yeah.
It's a hard abrasive material, so that makes sense to me. If a rag is soaked in carbon, once it gets to a certain amount, it might actually help remove things like lead and stuff. So I can see that, but that's just kind of how I would think it would be in water to a certain point, to where the water is just not capable of really holding anymore. I don't know, or it's to a certain point where it starts just depositing it right back onto the brass, and you're just not really doing anything to it.
Right.
Absolutely.
I got along with that brass juice, Dead Horse. I eventually, and I don't. Did you check to see if that the Fundy underwear you sent me came?
Oh no, did it not?
I don't know, dude. I'm back in the shop.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to show you some reloading things, and you want to talk about Fundy Dundee underwear.
They're edibles. I told you I sent you and your wife edible undies for Christmas.
Yum yum.
And I told him that it better be sugar free.
I'm just gonna send you some fruit roll-ups, and you can cut your own.
Oh man, he's gonna send you the fruit roll to get your sugar spiked up. Make sure you got all the lead in your pencil.
Oh, speaking of that, I heard your fucking thing go off a little while ago.
I heard it twice. You need to take care of yourself. Walk away. Your blood sugar.
It's high. Sinclair 22 caliber expander die. Look at this thing. It's tin coated, bro. I'm gonna show
can't
you.
See it.
I know. I'm gonna get closer.
I've been looking at a Sinclair inside reamer for inside the net case.
Can you see that?
Looks kind of far away. Oh yeah, look at that nice little. Back up a little bit towards you, up just a little bit. Perfect. Very nice. That's from Sinclair.
Yeah, it's for their expander die, 22 caliber, and it's tin coated so that it will slide in the cases. These are 20 a piece. The stainless steel ones are $9.99 a piece, and the carbide ones are $49 a piece. You want to link to that? Yeah, I'll send you the whole setup for what you need to.
The steel one would be fine with me because I have dry Molly lube I can put on it, and it'll slide in and out.
Oh yeah, I ordered a stainless steel one in 22 caliber 4 months ago.
Jeez.
And yeah, I still haven't received it. They had these in stock, and I was going to order the carbide one. And basically, I just didn't want to spend $50 on an expanding die. I'm just like that.
Are you going to put it in a bullet puller, or do you have the Sinclair die?
I've got the Sinclair die that those expanders go into, and basically, what I can do is say I'm doing brand new cartridges. And the mouse need to be opened up to the right size to make sure my neck tension is right. Well, you can run it up in a full-length sizing die over the expanding mandrel, but you're going to throw this concentricity of the neck way out every time you do that. with these, what I'll do is I will oh, just so everyone knows, I put in the chat the link to the Amazon. They're German made stainless steel pins for cleaning brass in your wet tumblers, and they are the right size and length that they will not get stuck in your necks and they will not get stuck in the flash holes. They are big enough, just big enough to go through the flash holes, and they do not let two pins go into the flash holes. So those are what I've been using forever. They're a little pricey. 2 pounds are like 18, 19 bucks. But, you know, bottom line is they work extremely well.
Yeah, I just sent you a picture of the one I've been looking for. The little chips, stainless steel chips.
Oh yeah, these are the ones that they sell on I've heard of these.
Yeah, it's just on eBay. I just looked it up real fast, but yeah. I now couldn't you use that little expander in a Lyman M die?
I
No.
I don't think so. I've got
Nope.
two different dies. I've got the Sinclair and I've got the L.E. Wilson now. And I've got expanders for 30 cal and 22 cal and 7 millimeter and 6.5. And basically, there's
One
two.
of those is supposed to work in the Lee powder through die, where you can take out the powder through bushing that expands, right? So one of those is supposed to work. I can't remember which one, but one of them is supposed to work in the Lee expander die. But other than the Lee die, they need their actual.
I saw on NOE how they have the expanders that say they'll work in the M die, but they just out of stock on most ones I'm looking for. And they're only $6. That's what's nice, but
Well, the thing is with the ones that David has there is that those pretty much create the most consistent neck tension.
sure.
They're not as easy, I think, to use as like the M die, or but it's I think that those are pretty much creating the most consistent neck tension out there right now, where like you're gonna just have the most consistency between all your different cases. But
And
I
your concentricity.
already have one of those tools.
But one of the things too is that brass flows, right? So it flows when you fire it, it flows when you're sizing it and stuff like that. So I think to get the full benefit out of the dies that the dies that David has there is that you have to be neck turning also. That doesn't to say that they don't work without neck turning. I think that they do and are going to create consistent neck tension. But to get the full benefit, I think you have to neck turn your brass too.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it turn out pretty good because using the Lee collet die, it kind of forces the brass to run.
Oh, it will. Yeah, it'll flow.
Yeah, it'll flow. So after using
Especially if you give it an eighth of a turn and do it a second time.
yeah.
Yeah, see, I want to do the inside neck turning. I want to get the inside neck turner. That's what I'm looking to find. Where it's not going
with the dies that David has, that basically how the dies David has is that you don't have to inside neck turn.
They get rid of that little donut on the inside.
That's going to make the inside so clean that you can go and neck turn from there, from my understanding, and then you'll have an actual 14 thou all the way around, very consistent with good concentricity and the whole works. So, but you can neck turn too, inside neck turn, and then you don't need what David has, right? So
well, these right here, I actually ordered the wrong ones for these expanders. These expanders are a little bit smaller than and I got them in 22 and 30 caliber. And these are actually called, let me tell you, these are made Sinclair neck turning mandrel. So basically what this is, it's a 30 caliber neck turning mandrel. So what you would do is you would run this in your neck, expand it to this size on brand new brass before you put it in your neck turner. And this expands it just big enough so that it will fit really good on your neck turning machine. And then you can use that to turn the necks if that's what you want to do.
I just picked up the 257 collet for the neck turner. I have the 223 coming in and the 30 cal. But I was looking at pin dies, pin gauges. You can go in and open them up, and they're fairly cheap, and they work great. And you can get them in oddball size. If you say you want, 310, you can get it that way. It's really nice. I picked that off on what's F Class John's channel. He was showing them, and really nice. You can use the Hornady bullet puller, slide it in, lock it in place, and right in and out. Bingo, bango. That's why I was asking if that would fit in with the Hornady bullet puller, or I understand using the Lee flaring die. That works. That makes perfect sense.
Well, I don't think it's the actual Lee flaring die that comes with those two different sizes of flare.
Sure.
Mouth flares.
You should be able to
I think it's the Lee powder through expander die.
Oh, okay.
Where that you usually either put a funnel on top of or attach a powder measure to,
Yeah.
and it has that little hollowed out bushing that expands the neck and lets the powder go through.
Sure.
You take out that bushing and then put in one of those that he has. I just can't remember what company it is. If it's the Sinclair or the what's the other one, David? Sinclair and L.E. Wilson.
Yeah.
So it's one or the other will fit inside that the Lee powder through expanding die.
Yeah, that was a lot cheaper than buying the inside neck reamer, because they're $26 a piece, and then you got to buy the part to use it. And I don't know if you can use the RCBS neck case trimmer to do the inside. I don't know if it'll fit or not.
I highly
Because
doubt
the
it. They
RCBS
probably want
threads in, and I believe the inside neck Sinclair is a straight pin. It's not threaded. So Uncle Jim has the setup to turn the inside of the neck and outside. I like outside turning.
What is he using? What kind of setup?
Sinclair. He had a Sinclair given to him. I believe it's a Sinclair.
Is it gold?
Yeah, it's gold.
The gold one's Forster, I think.
Forster. Thank you.
Okay, so is that something that you do by hand?
Yeah, he does it by hand.
Yeah, it's a hand crank. It's just like
Or
a trimmer.
I'm sure you can get the drill adapter if you wanted to run it out, but I bet that would tear up the case.
Okay, so hold on. It's like my trimmer that I have?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you have a Forster trimmer, you can get the inside neck reamer and ream the inside of your cartridge.
Yep.
What the hell did I do with it? I saw that down there trying to get enough money for a kidney.
Yeah, you can send it to me. I'll give you $25 for it. No problem.
Listen to him.
Yeah, I'll send you part of the kidney. How's that?
Yeah, I'm gonna need a slice.
I'll put my wife in the bathtub with ice tonight.
David just needs to rent a hotel room, fill a bathtub full of ice, and put an ad on Craigslist to have his wood cut, and he'll get a new kidney.
There you go.
I want a good kidney. I don't want one that's been damaged by crack and all kinds
What
of.
you need to do is get on those websites and find out, hey, I'm really looking for someone who's A positive, really healthy, and all that stuff, and dating site. And yeah, we'll just taser them, put them in the bathtub full of ice, and they'll wake up missing a kidney. I'll staple it back together, and you can go right to the hospital. Where'd it come from? India. Oh my God. Yes, the kidney just flew in for me.
All right, so what the hell was I doing? I was looking for something. Was it a kidney? Oh, what did I do with that? What the hell did I do with that damn Forester cutter?
I don't know.
I had that thing.
RCBS. I don't have the Forester.
Yeah, I got you some stuff I'm sending Will. Will, have you sent Willie anything yet?
No, because I'm waiting for.
Okay,
Because
well,
you told me
sure.
that you told
I'm
me
making-
not to because
Yes,
you were
that's
sending
good. That's
an-
good.
you had an RCBS thing for him or something.
Yes,
And
yes.
then you were supposed to be sending me quick loads at the same time or something. So
Yes,
I
yes.
can send you the quick loads right away, Will.
well, he said he was going to ship it out Monday. So
Oh, look at that shirt. Cool.
Oh, there's my nuts getting scratched too. What the hell am I? What did I do with? Oh, here it is. I'm fucking blind.
Well, we know that, but
I
that's
actually have Willie's magazine sitting underneath my TV.
there it is.
That 10-round mag sitting underneath my TV in my front room, and it has like a layer of dust on it you wouldn't believe.
That's okay. It'll be
Yeah,
my present when it comes in.
I'm gonna get the plate for this so that it'll go in either of my flush mount inline fabrication things, so I can use this.
I've
So I
been really
do-
into getting inline fab stuff, the flat plate like you got there, Dave.
Yeah,
I've been real tempted to hook up that way.
I want one, but I want that guy to build me a custom one that's twice as wide almost that holds two presses at the same time.
Oh,
I've
no,
got
that
her.
would be badass to be able to do two presses at once on one plate.
Yeah, that's what I want, and that like almost not quite twice as wide because see my problem is like the spot that I want it in like two of them next to each other doesn't quite work for me, but like there's enough room on those plates for basically like if you kind of have like 1.5 of those plates,
Yeah.
you could put 2 of those on, right? If they were put together, you could still put 2 presses on it, and that's kind of what I need for my setup right now because one of my presses, like I'm thinking about putting my 50 BMG setup on it, where one of the presses is for the actual reloading of 50 BMG, and the other press is for priming the 50 BMG, right? It's like basically I have a reloading press just to prime 50 BMG.
What powder do you use for your 50 BMG?
Right now I'm using W872, which is a military bulk powder.
Yeah,
But
so
I
I was
also
looking
have
at-
Hodgdon H50, and I
Oh.
was this summer. I'm planning on buying the Alliant R50, I think it's called, and try on that. Maybe
Have
is it
you ever
Alliant
tried the WC862 or something like that? I got a
869?
869.
Yeah, no.
I've seen a lot of stuff on the internet where people are shooting subsonic 223, 300 blackout, 308.
Oh yeah, because it's so slow burning of a
And I'm
powder.
thinking, man, if I can pick up 8 pounds for $69, no hazmat, hell yeah!
It's not going to cycle anything, and it's going to
It's
be
just
super.
we're hoping to have fun with
I
the
know,
kids.
but it's going to be super dirty also. So keep that in mind. It's going to be super dirty and leave a lot of residue. Like if you've
Do I
ever
have to
shot,
clean the gun?
if you've ever shot an incorrect load of like something like Unique or something,
Mhm.
it's worse than that.
Is it?
Yeah. So like a low pressure load of Unique's usually really dirty. It's way worse than that.
Yeah, I watched the Real Gunsmith, and he was talking about he was shooting 300 Winchester mags with those, with Magnum primers, of course. And he says he got great velocity, supersonic rounds. And I'm like,
I'll send you a link to the 872 where you can get a pound for $10.
Is
Right.
the 872 faster than the 862 or
Apples
whatever?
to apples, pretty much. You're not
Is
going to notice a difference. And it's
'Cause I know
the,
they're
the
saying
872 is actually a 20 millimeter Vulcan powder for like
Hmm.
the 20 millimeter Vulcan that they have on
Yeah.
aircraft and stuff, right?
Sure.
And so it's a slow burning powder. You're not going to notice the difference between 869 or probably Hodgdon H50 or anything like that. But it's super cheap. You can buy it
That's what I'm looking at.
10 bucks
Super
a
cheap.
pound. And the problem with the 869 is that it's dirty. Like it is. It's dirty. It's dirty, and I'm talking it's dirty in 50 BMG when you have 220 grains of it. It's dirty.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
when you
at the
start putting it in low, like stuff like 223, it's even more like it's dirty enough that even if you're single shotting it, it'll start to cause malfunctions. You'll get stuck cases. You'll get
Yeah, I don't want that.
it's
Well, I got bolt guns and stuff like I could shoot it out. That's what I was thinking of,
well, you'll get sticky bolts. I'm just telling you right now, you're going to get sticky bolts with it after if you go to the, let's say you loaded in some 308 or something with some lead and you're shooting some subsonic, blinking loads.
Sure.
You shoot 20 rounds, you're going to lift that bolt handle and you're going to be like, oh my God, like this case feels sticky as hell. And now it doesn't want to go all the way into battery because it has this huge carbon ring and it's bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that they had pulled 223 powder. I was thinking, they say it's like green dot. I'm thinking, okay, that's kind of cool.
Green dot.
That's what they said. They said it was like
sounds
green
like
dot.
shotgun powder.
Yeah.
I know. I love the shotgun powder. I know.
That seems way. I don't know.
Way
about
fast for a 223.
That's what they were saying on their website. And I was just like, did I read that? I swore I read that right. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm confused with something else, but I swear it said that. And I was just like, okay.
Maybe for a pistol powder for like 9 mil or something, I can totally see that, right? For like for some kind of 45 ACP or
Sure.
I
38
can
to
totally,
9 mil.
yeah, I can totally see like repackaged green dot for that. But for 223, that had to have been a misprint. Like,
Yeah, could have been. I don't know anything about. I've done the red dot in my 9 mil, and that's it. And it's like 30-year-old powder. And
I love red dot for 45 ACP. Oh my God, that's a good. Like
People
other
tell me,
than
"Oh,
unique,
don't shoot
that's
it."
my favorite 45 ACP powder is red dot.
I like the WST Winchester. I really liked it. That's the first powder I started off with 45, and then Bullseye.
A guy at the pin shoot turned me on to red dot, and usually I like to stick with all Hodgdon powders, right?
Mhm.
It's just it's not that like I don't like the other powders. It's just easy for me. I have all Hodgdon powders. I trust them. I have experience with them, so I usually go for Hodgdon stuff for everything, right? But a guy turned me on to red dot for 45 ACP. I haven't tried it in anything else yet. I figured if worst comes to worst, I'll just throw it in 12 gauge, right?
Sure.
I'll just load up some 12 gauge with it if I don't like it. But boy, does that stuff shoot good. It even smells good. It's not as smoky as Unique. I still like my Unique a little more, but it's really good powder, man. I really like that red dot.
I got, like I said, my landlord gave me a metal tin of red dot. That was his father's. That was in the garage for like 10 or 15 years. And I smelt it. It smelt perfect. It cycled my Glock, no problem. Loved it. Shot great. I have a very 20-year-old Lee reloading manual and opened it up right there. I'm like, cool, let's go. I didn't go near max. I just did minimums, but it cycled the gun. It shot good, reliable. I was like, this is nice. Plus, I like the tin can. It's a big ass tin can.
I got some old tin cans of Unique that are the old metal cans, the silver and black cylinders. I like those. Those are in my closet. I keep those inside my house, and
it's like
they're empty, but I still keep them around. They're the only containers I keep around like that.
That's what it reminds me of. It's like an old coffee can, big coffee can with a lid on top that pops off. And it was outside in the heat, the cold, man, that powder shouldn't shoot good at all, but it does.
As long as
I
you
like-
don't get moisture in it, that's the real, I think, the real killer.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I have
Powders can do some strange things. Some powders get weak when they get moisture in them. Some powders get stronger. So that's the hard.
Well, they were in a cabinet the whole time I owned it. It was just in a cabinet. And like I said, I got primers, some federal primers I've been shooting that are over 20 years old, and they still pop fine. Went through all the 100 and some degree days and the 40-degree nights, and they shoot perfectly fine. But Dave, I'll try to find you some large rifle primers.
Yeah, my normal guy that does it for me is just kind of giving up on it, I think, you know.
You don't want Magnum, right? Just large rifle.
No, just large rifle, whatever you can get.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. Since you're sending me that cutter, I can send you that instead of the $20. How's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, that's a perfect deal.
Let me see what I can find for you.
Yeah, my normal guy that I have try to find me stuff, he always is out and about checking gun shops and stuff, and he stopped calling me a couple weeks back, and I don't know what his deal is.
Yeah, well, everything's drying up. My wife tried to get primers for my Christmas present, but you know, they're just laughing.
David needs to check Midway at 1 a.m. his time. I'm telling him, like between 1 and 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, it's
my
1
comment
o'clock
on
right
that-
now. Why aren't you checking? You know, you got that
Oh
super
no, wait,
computer. You got
wait.
that super computer.
No. Wait.
Mine
I'm
doesn't
thinking wrong.
blink.
No.
Hey,
You need to check at 5 a.m. your time. I'm sorry, I got it backwards because it's 3 a.m. my time that I usually see him update that. So
mine
that's
doesn't
5.
blink like that. Mine doesn't blink like that. You got me all jealous. I was in there. I got my RAM to turn back on, and I got my motherboard and my fan on my cooler to turn back on, just playing around with it. So I got all my lights on in my case, but they're not blinking like that. And it's making me want a fan controller. But what brand fans are you using?
I'm using 4 of the Cool Moons that you sent me,
Right.
and then 3 of the Easy DIY Fab, which are basically the exact same fan. They're identical.
Okay.
You know, they're just different names. They're same fan, just different name, right?
Right.
They had a different sticker on them, but they're like the fans are identical. Like it came with a different controller that works with not only it works with the addressable RGB, right?
Right.
So it works with several different companies' addressable RGBs. So, and you know that's what I'm using. So I don't gotta use the little remote thing or whatever.
Right.
Use the program on my computer, but
Right. You can your motherboard software for the RGB runs your RGB
yes,
because it plugs into the controller. So I needed to find either a controller that will work with my MSI motherboard.
the Easy DIY do because that it worked.
But my fans won't plug into that.
Well, the controller comes with the cord to plug into the 3-prong and the 4-prong on motherboards.
No, I'm talking about the fans won't plug into it.
Oh, I know the fans need to plug into the controller, and then all the fans plug into my controller, and then just the controllers plugged into the motherboard.
Right. I've got 2 fan. I've got one for power to the fan and one line for RGB.
I bet you have 2. I bet you have another one for RGB because almost you have a 550 motherboard, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so almost all those 550s and 570s motherboards I've looked at all have 2 addressable RGBs on it. They'll have a 3-slot one and a 4-slot one. So mine, or 3-pin, I mean, is what they call it. So my controllers is plugged into the 3-pin, and then my fan for my CPU is plugged into the 4-pin. And you know, and then it goes from that 3-pin into the controller, and then the controller distributes it to all the fans. Now I can still use the remote if I wanted to and turn it off or whatever with the remote, but I can just control it all with software now. I don't have to mess around with any other.
Yeah, I just checked the two big stores, Brownells and Midway, and nothing. I mean, Brownells is even out at 50 BMG primers.
Midway has 50 BMG primers in stock right now.
Really?
Yeah, and they didn't have them in stock just like 2 days ago when I looked. But they are getting stock in. It's just that they're not getting everything at once. They might get small pistol Magnum in tonight, and then next week it might be large rifle Magnum, or or the the gold medal match, whatever, or so it's coming in very small batches. And who knows how many they're going to get? Like, it might be 50 cases. It might be 100. Like, we don't know, right? But, like, all I know is that you have to, if you want them, you have to stay super vigilant. And you can still get them. It's just you have to have the money right then and there to be able to buy them. And you have to be, like, on it. And I mean, like, you have to even be able to check out on it. So, like, if you have Google where your credit card information is saved, to where when you go to enter your credit card information in Midway or whatever, or if it's not already saved in Midway, like, you need all that kind of advantage, because I've seen them come in stock and sell out within 3 minutes, like 3 minutes, like, like,
dang.
So it's, their primers are definitely the hard thing to get right now. I can find everything else, every powder, projectile, brass, everything else I can find right now. Primers are definitely the hard thing to get.
Varget.
Dude, well, Shooter's World, there's a powder that they say is just like Varget.
Yeah.
Never played with Shooter's World before. I like Varget, and I have a pound of Varget still. Same allotment, the one I sent you, Dave. And
Yeah.
I was going to load it up in 308. I haven't done it yet.
That'll work. It likes 308.
308 does real good, but you know what? 4895 worked real well for me out of my AR-10.
I got that powder as well.
I burned through a pound of it so damn fast. I couldn't believe how fast I burned through a pound of it. Trying to see if I can do, and I probably know, I haven't looked into it, if you can try 1680 out of a 308. It's probably way too fast, but
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that for because of the case fill, the cases are too big. You get empty case, and you're gonna get yourself
It'll be position sensitive at that point, to where if you point the gun up in the air, the barrel,
be fine.
and you go to fire, you're going to have a different beat per second versus if the gun was pointed down and then you go to fire. Like, you're going to get, and then just the recoil of the rifle while firing is going to mix that and match that, whether the powder's in the front of the case or the rear of the case. And that's where some of these guys who are loading plinking rounds and they're trying to, shoot cheap and stuff, they're getting
blowing up their
wild
guns.
deviations. Well, they're getting also wild deviations of 100 feet per second spread and stuff, where, one round will be 1,800 feet per second and the next one 1,650 and stuff, like, and they can't figure out what's going on. That's usually that position sensitive thing going on, where the powder's either in the front of the case or the rear of the case. Elmer Keith, I've read a lot about Elmer Keith and a lot of his books and stuff. He did a lot of experimenting with that, that powder positioning inside cases, even creating almost kind of like a buffer inside the case to help keep the powder on one side of the case or the other, and stuff like that. Like, he did a lot of man, that guy did a lot more experimenting than what people
He blew up a lot of guns too, trying to
well,
figure
they
that
think that all he did was do 357 mag, 41 mag, 44, but like they think that all he did was like Magnum stuff. He did rifle stuff, he did shotgun stuff. I mean, and he experimented. He experimented with primers. He put a tube coming out of the primer pocket up a 1/4 inch into the case, halfway into the case, all the way to the front of the case. So when the primer went off, the actual blast went in through a tube and then into the powder. Does that make sense? That was the tube went inside the case, up inside the case from the primer pocket, and then he would drill tiny little holes in the tube, right, and stuff, and then tried like that guy did more experimentation than I think. Like, unless people are actually a fan of Elmer Keith, like he did more experimentation than what people realize. He really did.
I'll tell you what, that load that blew my gun up, I fired over 125 rounds now. Not a problem. Factory barrel. Shoots great.
Yep.
I know a lot of people like to play it safe, and they're like, "Oh, I'm only going to shoot what's in the loading book."
When I called,
I'm totally.
If he would have told me not to do it, I would have never done it again. But he's like, "Why not? It's a safe load." And I'm like, "Cool." So I've shot the hell out of them.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that I know a lot of people like to play it safe. They like to go by what's in the book and all that. And I'm 100% for that based on their skill level and their confidence and stuff like that. I'm also all for experimentation.
Oh, yeah.
I think that if you have the confidence and the knowledge and stuff and you want to experiment and stuff, like that's how innovation, you know. And of course they're going to fail sometimes, but sometimes when it's a success, I am all for experimentation. Different powders, different calibers, different this and that. You know, if you feel comfortable and safe doing it and you feel like you're being safe, man, I think, you know, experimentation is awesome.
You know, I would have never put 1 grain of that powder in my case if Quick Loads didn't say it was safe. It was less than H110. I would have never done it. Never in wildest dreams. Because I like the book. The book says here to here. I like here right in the middle. I like the book. But when you get the Quick Loads, you're going to be surprised how nice it is. You can look at it and say, hey, you know, am I going to kill myself? What's going on? And you can see the pressure spikes. You can see everything. It's really cool.
The thing I want to use it most for is the different barrel length data too. Mm-hmm. And because they, from my understanding, they incorporate barrel length.
Yeah, there is. I wish you can incorporate barrel twist, and I haven't found that yet. And Kenny says it's not in there, so I don't know if it is or not. I believe he's right because he knows he's been doing it longer than me. And I talked to Dima Proc, who gave Kenny the program, and he hasn't found it. So that would be cool if it was, though. I mean, that would be awesome to sit and say, yeah, I want to try this bullet with, say, a 1 in 7 instead of a 1 in 9, you know. That would have been really cool. Really cool.
As far as like pressures go, I don't think that the twist is going to matter much because once bullet's out of the case,
I'm talking for ballistic accuracy.
Yeah,
you know.
All right, what am I looking for?
It's really cool program. It'll tell you how much your powder burnt, what your powder level is, ballistic coefficient. I mean, it's a pretty badass program. I like it. Now there is a free program I was told. And I forget who told. I think Andy told me about it. Andy 79Z28. That there's a free program out there. Like Quick. Say again?
Yeah, there's a new app that kind of does a very, very basic version of what Quick. No, it's not. It's not free. It costs $1, I think.
Oh, okay. So from what I heard is he's asking for people to put their load data in it if it worked. And I'm like, man, how do you know that guy had good load data in the beginning? You know.
Well, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, never take data off the internet and stuff like that. I love taking data off the internet.
I do too.
Because when I go on a forum and I see 50 guys saying this load works really good for me and it's all the same load, I feel a certain amount of trust with that. If I only
Sure.
see one guy doing something, right, I'm probably not going to copy that guy, right?
Exactly.
But when I'm looking for, like, when I buy a new caliber, right, like, 6.8 SPC or something, right, that there isn't a whole lot of load data out on and stuff like that. And I go to the 6.8 forum that's specifically for that caliber, and all the guys on that forum shoot that caliber and have 10 guns in that caliber and right? And they're really into that caliber. And I see them all saying, hey, this powder, this bullet, this primer is what's giving me the best results. And there's 20 guys saying that same thing.
Mhm.
And even though it's not in my reloading book, I feel like I can try that. And
I
am I
still
still going to reduce it by 10%?
exactly.
Probably.
That's exactly what I do.
And work my way up and check for overpressure signs and stuff like that. Yes, I'm going to
Mhm.
use some common sense. You know what I mean? But
Mig. Yeah, Mig likes your fans. Yeah, Mig's a computer guy. I have no idea. I mean, I think that's cool. I've been tempted to get a 3D printer if I can save up the money to buy one. I know they come down in price, but you got to have a good computer to run it.
that's debatable. You don't need a good, like, the 3D printer does all the processing power of the actual print, right?
Oh, okay.
So if you're looking for something online, which most stuff that you're going to want to print is already online to where it's just basically click and print, right? Your computer is going to do very little. With a very, very basic laptop, because I've been running my 3D printer for years off of very basic laptops, okay? So it's if you want to design your own print, that's where you're going to want the more computer power and stuff
I
like that.
got you.
But as far as, like, I've been running a MakerBot 3D printer now for, I don't know, 6 years or something. How long have I had my 3D printer, David? 6, 7 years or something, like, for a long time.
For a long while.
Yeah.
But
And
I
I've
want
done all
to
sorts
ask
of
you
shit.
to send me free stuff because that's what I was told. I ask everyone for free stuff. So
I've made David parts for his presses and custom
That's
parts,
cool.
one of a kind custom parts for his presses that have steel inserts in them and shit.
no kidding. I didn't know you could do that.
Dude, ask David, I've done all sorts of cool shit.
Yeah, I need a freaking camshaft sprocket locker for the dual overhead cam. I got to put a water pump and timing belt in my son's Volvo. Oh, it's gonna be a pain in the ass. But I'm dad, and dad's gonna help him do it.
Some of the best stuff I've 3D printed, though, are just really stupid things, though, like a cookie cutters in the shape of guns. So when my wife makes cookies, I'm eating little AR-15s and AK-47s and stuff like that, 1911s, right?
A little tray for my bullets next to my square deal bead.
Yeah.
It works really good.
Like some of the most fun stuff I've printed is just really simple, kind of stupid stuff. But I've printed some really cool stuff. Like, I've designed my own AR-15 grip, and then there's AR-15 grips out there that you can just go click on and print, right?
Oh, now that'd be cool.
But there is a learning curve
California legal and
on like the filament you use, because it's
Yeah.
not all the same. Your infill rates based on what you do. Like, let's say you're doing something like a cookie cutter. I don't need 100% infill on it where it takes 8 hours to print it, right?
infill is
I can make it
tighter.
hollow,
Infill is
What's that?
infill like the tighter the plastic is together.
Or how dense it is, basically, like how filled full of plastic it is. So you can basically make something 100% solid plastic, or you can make it basically hollow, where it's just a shell, right? Or you can make it so it has a structure inside of it, like a lattice, and there's
Mhm.
different types of lattices to help support it, but it's not completely solid. The rule of thumb is the more solid it is, the longer it prints.
Okay.
I would recommend the best 3D printer for the money right now is called the Ender 3, I think it is, or Ender 3 Pro. It's one of the only successful Kickstarters, actually. I don't know exactly what the price is right now, but let's say, several months ago, I saw them selling for like $179. And then there's a couple upgrades you're going to want to get for it, like a glass bed and stuff like that. So altogether, you're going to be in at about $250.
I heard Tin Man and Kenny talking about that glass plate that
Yeah.
it sticks to or whatever.
Yeah, it helps. It helps big time.
Oh yeah, I'd make myself some California approved AR grips and all that stuff.
People have done magazines and then just
I
bought the springs online and done followers, custom followers. Like for my magazines, I did my own 458 followers. For my
Did you really?
Yeah. So
All
like,
right, Willie, look
Sure.
at this. Can you see it?
Yep.
Can you read what it says?
I probably couldn't read what it says in my hand, Dave.
carbide.
Okay.
Oh, carbide cutter. Yeah, I see it.
Brand new, still in the little plastic thing. This will work on your Frankfurt Arsenal trimmer. The
Okay.
threads are the exact same size.
8 by 30.
I thought this was going to be the size to fit my Frankfurt Arsenal.
Yeah, you got the hand one, the drill
Well,
one.
I got the drill press one, but this is too big a threads. It wouldn't even start. And I was like, so I checked the threads, and it's some, Asian persuasion threads. But this fucking thing was $60. I'm never gonna use it, so I'll give it to you. You get me 1,000 large primers, and this will make up for me taking so long to get you your stuff to you too. And
All right.
this will cut your brass super fucking clean, where you might not even have to chamfer it. It's
Well, if I
that
can't get
decent.
1,000, I'll send what I can get with some extra money. If I
Just
can't find
a nude picture of your foot will be good enough.
Oh, baby, I can send you stump pictures. Ooh.
Getting excited. I can't stand in front of the camera now.
Glowing flex plate. Oh, thanks, Big.
What's Mig doing?
Oh, I know we're talking about 3D printers, and Meg's writing back to me. Let me know.
Yeah, Mig knows a lot about him. I
Oh,
think
yeah.
that's the guy that was teaching Kenny or originally helped Kenny and Tin Man. Yeah.
Make the bullet feeders.
Yeah. This is my new computer, Mig. Let's see if I can get this thing to spin around. My little stream cam here.
Super fancy. Now, is that a gaming computer or just mainly what you want to do, like live streams?
I built this, me, another guy, and I had to have a shop help me with the RGB because it was just crazy. I've got $400 in just RGB on this thing
I
for
have
just
no
looks.
idea what RGB is.
Okay, it's the lighting. It's all the fans. They can go through like a million different colors and patterns and all that
Like
shit.
that.
Yeah. And basically, I've got a 3900X running a Mugen 5 air cooler, 64 gigs of RAM, which is all RGB. Let's see if I can get this down.
MCK, we have no idea who Meg is. Usually he comes in, says hi, and bye. I hope you're having a great Christmas, Meg, and you and your family are nice and warm and safe.
You can see the RAM there.
And,
Lighten
and
up the
just so you
fan.
know, Willie, the RGB is
Yeah.
built into those fans. So it's not like you buy something
Oh,
and
okay.
put it on. So you can buy fans without RGB, and then you can buy the fans with the RGB, right? And you can turn that RGB off, right? You don't have to have it on. But he has some extra special stuff, like his RAM has built-in RGB, which is not like, it's kind of common nowadays for the fans to have RGB in it, like mine. But for his to have like the RAM with the RGB and all that, that's like a pretty penny. That's a lot extra. I think
If
his
you look
power
at the-
supply has RGB on it. Like he he went RGB'd out.
Well, I mean, I wanted to. This is like the third computer I've built.
Just tell David, just tell the truth. that you wanted it to light up like a Christmas tree, so you wouldn't step into it. So you wouldn't.
You know, it's moonlight. He said, you bring this old lady in there and bang her in the night with all the lights going on.
I honestly I didn't want to trip over the thing, and basically I was like, dude, that RGB would be killer because it would make it really easy for me to see that case when I'm walking through the shop, and it's gonna grab my eye. So that's why I did it.
See, I'm so tempted. My son has like a 40-inch TV he's getting rid of because it doesn't look good. I'm so tempted to find a way of plugging my little tower into that TV and have mega YouTube on my wall.
Wait. So look, a lot of TVs. I don't know how old the TV is, but HDMI.
They have
For a long time have HDMI. Some TVs even have a what is it called? What is it? Display port, David? Is that what it
yes.
is? Or something?
Yeah, I've got display ports because I've got 2 monitors up here.
So you just need to look at what connections are on the back of your computer, and then if you have an HDMI, bam.
I believe.
So the computer I just built my wife, because right after I built this one, I built her one, and I just barely plugged it in today to the 50-inch TV. That's her monitor, is the living room TV. I didn't buy her a monitor or nothing. I just boom, the living room TV is now her monitor.
Yeah, I like that.
I got to go check and see if that thing came. Oh, somebody.
You know, if I can, woo! But no, I like to see if he's going to get rid of the TV. It might have a little fluctuating color. I really don't give a shit. But if I got big bang boom on my wall and I can see everything better, hell yeah! Get a wireless mouse and a wireless keyboard, and I can sit back there in the back of that room and just have fun.
This TV I have, this 50-inch, I've had it for 7 or 8 years now, so it's not exactly new. It's a 1080p, or
Yeah.
I mean, the computer looks great on it. I mean,
it's probably the same thing. His TV's probably 8 to 10 years old. I know it has HDMI. I know it does 1080p. So I'm thinking, shit, if he's going to get rid of it, I'll just buy a wall mount, shove it on the wall, and
this
bingo.
computer monitor I'm using right now is called an IPS, which means I'm supposed to be able to see it from like extreme angles, right? So like if I'm like way off to the side of it, I'm supposed to be able to see the screen like clearly. And for my gun room, because where I sit in my gun room, I'm not always going to have like a really good line on the monitor, right? So I can turn my screen, like I shit you not, to like almost a 90-degree angle. So it is just barely angled, and I can see the screen like great. Like, so if you do buy one, I would suggest that IPS thing, because it doesn't matter where you sit in that room. Like, it's like my big TV. If you're like off at an extreme angle, like you cannot see the screen good. Like you have to be like pretty much in front of it. But the IPS thing, like lots of different companies have it. That's the kind of monitor it is, not the brand. But man,
well, it's like the sync where it tracks your head. Isn't that what it is?
No, it doesn't track your head. It's just like, the type of screen it is, right? And that IPS screen
is wireless headphones.
You
yeah, that's what I'm using right now.
This thing is such a small little cable on these headphones my wife bought. I'm like, man, I want wireless so bad. Then I'm gonna have to get like one of those adapters for the HDMI or whatever, or USB plug, whatever, so I can have multiple. Because I have the keyboard plugged in, and I'll have the microphone, or the microphone's on my camera and on here. So if I get wireless headphones like you have there, Dave, then that'll be bingo bango. Because it sucks being in a wheelchair. Before my wheelchair, I could go all the way around the whole room, walk around the room with my headphones on. The cable was so long. But, the cables break and get bent and stop working, and wireless.
Yeah. They started replacing headphone cables somewhere around the 80s without the curl. They used to have a really thick curled cord on headphones. And what was good about it was you could drag it across like carpeted floors, and the coils would help it like just kind of slide across things. Like if you went, say you were walking across and it was going across the top of a table and there was books on it. Sometimes like a straight cord will get caught into a book, but a rounded cable that they have a curly Q all the way through the cable would just stretch a little bit and pop right out like a slinky. And they used to use those on all headphones, and they stopped during the 80s. My guess is because of the expense of the wire.
I remember those wires you're talking about, the curly wire going all the way down. You could stretch real far,
I thought
almost
it
like
was
an old
fatigue.
phone
There's
cable.
probably copper fatigue in those coiled things from it being stretched and collapsed. Those cords probably didn't last as long because of the copper probably fatigued, I'm guessing. So it's like a lot of devices nowadays. They'll tell you not to wrap up your cords, right? And when you do wrap them up, to wrap them up in a big loop, because if you wrap them up in tighter loops, it fatigues the copper, right? Just like bending a piece of metal back and forth, right? It'll fatigue that copper. So I'm guessing the reason they got rid of those coils was because of fatigue. It fatigued the wire too much.
Mm.
Which they probably were, like, I remember those cords and stuff, and I had a lot of stuff with those type of cords on them. I don't remember any of them fatiguing or anything necessarily, but that's my guess, is that they probably found out that copper fatigue, like that fatigue, set in a lot sooner.
Well, also you've got back then the coil, they would use a lot more wire.
Oh, a heavier gauge wire? Yeah, that's probably
Yeah.
They probably skimp out a lot more nowadays.
Go get some, Mig. Wake her ass up. Why not? You're not going to use your reloading press anyway, so go get some. Poor
Why isn't
Mig.
he?
He has a beautiful Hornady set, full set of press, and I never see him use it. I know he does. I just tease him that I don't see him use it.
Well, you know who else I haven't seen reloading in a while is Al, Big Al.
Yeah, he
Has
has a
anybody
beautiful dealing, and
He's
Al
got
wrote
a
a
Forester. I think he's got a Forester, coax too.
I think he does. I think he has a 550 and a Forester coax. He did his reloading room beautiful. I'd love to be able to repaint everything, make all custom benches. Al did a great job.
Is he
He's
for
a nice
hire?
guy. Is he
Is he
for
what?
hire?
I know.
Is he-
He did a great job. Shit.
Dude, I told you I'd come out there once I get the vaccine and help you finish it.
After you get the vaccine, you're gonna turn into a fucking zombie. I'm gonna have to put you down, dude. Like, you're gonna come out here like all drooling, being like brains. I'm gonna have to put you down. Like, that's all there is to it.
Dude, I'm coming out there. I'm gonna help you finish your shop. We're gonna take a week. And I'm going to get a room up at the hotel room so I can have my massage therapist come by and help me out every night.
Shit. Dead horse. I'll be moving to Utah before he gets there.
Dude,
And that won't be a year or two.
Nah, that ain't gonna happen. Cause see, he was supposed to have his reloading room done by the time I finished my computer, and it's pretty much done.
Your
So
computer's working great.
it's pretty much done. I've got to put.
it's not done yet.
It's not. I got to put a bigger. I'm putting a 3080 Ti graphics card in it.
$1,000 graphics card.
Why?
Yeah,
So
don't you worry. Don't you worry about my
He doesn't need it.
graphics
He doesn't
card.
need it. Like, his graphics card he has in there will do everything he'll ever need to do.
It's not going to give me. I've got a $300 4K monitor. I want to be able to run video games in 4K, even though I shouldn't have bought a 4K monitor because nothing runs really good in 4K right now.
I thought you sent the 4K back or something.
No, I didn't. I was gonna, and I just said, "Fuck it." I'll play in 1050 or 1440, and I'll just keep the 4K. You know, because I bought it from Best Buy. Had I bought it from Amazon, I would have sent it back. But I preferred the LG monitor I had before this, which was a 1050, but instead of a 60 hertz refresh rate, it was a 144, and that gave me it was just smoother. And because the graphics card is weak on my machine right now, because it's a 1650 4 gig processor, or 4 gigs of GDR6. Is it GDR6 or 5? I think it's 6. GDR6 RAM and only 4 gigs. When I try to run a 4K monitor, which is, I guess they consider this a widescreen, because, and I don't know why, it's only 24 inches big, but when you try to make a widescreen, like panoramic view or whatever the hell you're trying to do at high settings, it's real choppy and it slows way the hell down frames per second. It makes the game almost unplayable. So, and I've already got like a $500 chip in this computer. It's my CPU. And I've already got a decent motherboard, and I might as well just go ahead, and I bought a really nice power supply. It's a EVGA G3 gold. It's got like a 7 or 10 year warranty on it. And I just basically want to get the graphics card and figure out a workaround for this problem I'm having with my software for my MSI motherboard. It's not wanting to really work with my Corsair RGB lighting that's running off of a Commander, like a Commander Pro. So you got to think, each one of these lights in my case were about $48.
Damn.
Yeah, and I got 10 of them.
Damn. Now, to me, $400 and some for that, I'm thinking I could have a nice pistol for that and have one fan.
Yeah. But
Well,
I don't plan on it.
I just built my wife a computer for $300 that does like everything us normal people will ever want to do. So just keep that in mind.
I gotcha.
Yeah, like so so depending on what you want to do, he wants to go all the fuck out, like, but like, I, for like normal stuff, surfing the web, YouTube, light video editing, stuff like that, my wife's computer for $300 does all that. My computer is quite a bit more than that. I don't even know if I'll ever use all the full capability of my computer. Like, I probably way overbuilt mine for what I needed. Realistically, I think David way overbuilt his for what he'll ever do. So I think me and him both kind of overbuilt our shit. And
Well, the problem was, when I started this, okay, I haven't owned a computer since 2006, and let me repeat that again. Okay, no, I'm sorry. I had gotten rid of it because I met my wife in 2006. I wasn't playing video games in 2006. I guess it was 2002. I had one of the first 64-bit chips and motherboards that Asus and AMD made. They were pretty expensive because it was 64-bit. But what I was able to do was have my landlord at the time, who was a friend of mine and my dad's. He is a computer guy. And what he does is he builds computer systems for courthouses all over the state of Florida. He makes, all the workstations, and then he secures all the he puts everything in, and then he makes the systems all work together, and it's all encrypted and all that bullshit. Well, he was my landlord, so he basically brought me home a tower from a server that he had running at his house. So, and he just threw everything in it for me, and I kind of helped him. And I ran that computer for probably 3 or 4 years. And it finally, it wouldn't play video games that what I was trying to play, because back in the early 2000s, there was a really explosion on technology, and kind of like what's going on right now. And what happened was the hardware I got, because I couldn't spend a whole lot of money, didn't last very long as far as gaming. And it got to the point where it was just ridiculous trying to play games on it. So I gave it to a younger kid that needed something for his schoolwork and shit. And he used that computer for a year in UCF, and went to school and was able to write papers and, look on the Google and all that stuff. So basically, he was a good buddy of mine that was quite a few years younger than me. But yeah, I haven't had a computer since 2002. So what I did was I told this guy that's a friend of mine. I said, "Hey, Tommy, I want to build a computer. You're a friend of mine that I know from another friend of mine. He said that a lot of stuff about computers." So he made me out a system, and the whole system was about, like Dead Horse said, about $289. And basically we got it. We built it. It worked, but it was slow. It wasn't, and I was like, "Dude, I want to play some of these games." And he's like, "Well, it's not going to do that. I mean, it'll do it, but it's going to be running at its max, and you're not going to get very good, smooth." And with my vision being as sucky as it is, I really need something that's smooth and not choppy, because my eye doesn't track the screen as well. So basically, long story short, I ended up buying 2 chips, 3 motherboards, 2 cases, a shitload of fans, RGB, stuff that just ordered stuff. I've got Japanese industrial screwdrivers for taking out M.2 Phillips head screws, but they're made a special way so that Japanese made their own Phillips head screw.
Oh, yeah.
And I got a screwdriver to work with that for cases. I got a pair of wire clips for, made for computer building, a grounding leash to ground my wrist to put the thing together. So we put the whole thing together, ran into some software issues, and my guy kind of gave up on me. He was like, "Dave," it just seemed like he was just done. And I didn't blame him. We had changed the build so many times since the original plan. But, in my defense, he was showing me like water-cooled systems with neon, all this shit. I wanted something cool, an attention eye grabber. So I spent a shitload more money than I needed to, and basically am still not finished.
He hacked the Pentagon.
He hacked the Pentagon.
He can hack the Pentagon now. Yeah, his computer's going to be able to play every game that comes out, though, for the next, long
5 years, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's
You
got...
even got to do it all over again. Dang it.
Well, when I do, I've already got, basically all I have to do is change motherboard and chip. And I'll probably go to a water cooler after that, because the new 5000 series AMD chips run hot.
You actually have water going through a computer?
Oh, yeah. They've had that for years.
Crap.
It pumps the water out of a radiator that has got fans on it that pull fresh air through the radiator.
Yeah, just like your car, man.
Like your car. And then it's got a pump and a heat sink that sits right on top of your chip and bolts down onto it. And it pumps the water through the through the pump, and that brings fresh cool water in, and it pumps the hot water back up to the radiator that goes through the radiator and is cooled by the fans on it and pumps the cold water back to it.
It's
You
not
better
just it's not
100,000
just
mile
the,
anniversary.
yeah, it's not even just the CPUs they're cooling. They're cooling the graphics card. They're cooling the RAM now. They're cooling.
Wow, that's
Okay, check this out. I saw last night the coolest thing ever. It was an ASRock motherboard that the entire chip was closed in part of the motherboard and dead horse. It had a intake and an intake and a exhaust opening for cooling lines.
Yep.
You ran water directly into the actual motherboard. It patrolled it around a block or on the CPU, and then it came out a different hole a little bit away from where the intake hole is. And the motherboard's $1,000. ASRock only made a few of them, and it is awesome, dude. That's what I'm looking at. If I replace my motherboard, I'm going to go to a 5950, and that's like an $800 chip and $1,000 motherboard.
Another thing they're
right
doing.
now. If it costs that much money, it better do a lot more than just work on a computer for me.
Willie, another thing they're doing is not only just like the black flexible tubing that you would kind of expect. They're
Yeah.
doing hard clear tubing that's like custom bent to fit, right? It's hard tubing, right? So it's got to be custom bent for every computer and shit.
Yeah.
And then they're putting in custom colored liquid, right?
crap.
So you can have whatever color you want in it. And then they're putting in literally everything from a radioactive dye that'll glow like tritium sites, right? Glow in the dark. Like this stuff will glow in the dark, without lights. They have lights inside the tubings, the water cooled tubings, to light up the water cooled tubings. And then they have these tanks that'll be custom where with different designs in them and stuff, where it looks like fish, right? Are moving around in the water tank. It looks like real fish, like moving around in the water tank, and you wouldn't believe how crazy these guys are, right? These
I
guys,
can believe it. That sounds nuts.
these guys are so crazy that they're like, oh, I need my computer to be like 10% faster for 5 minutes. So here's a bunch of liquid nitrogen. Let me pour it on my chip.
Jeez.
Right? And stuff just to get like a high score, what's called a benchmark score. I was never a computer guy, never built a computer. The only thing I'd ever done was like replace a fan and replace my screen on my laptops, right? I've always had laptops. But researching computers to build this one and watching all these different channels, the craziness, like they have a computer that there's this one guy called Jay's 2 Cents on YouTube, and he builds a lot of custom computers for famous people, right? So they all have a certain theme. Like that one guy, Post Malone, that singer, he did a beer bongs and Bentley computer.
Shit.
So it has like a Bentley grill on the computer with like inside the computer, its water cooling system looks like a beer bong, right? He did, that guy Terry Crews, the actor from, and
I'm sure I know who he is. I'm bad on
big
names.
black buff guy that smiles, and he does all the Old Spice commercials.
Yeah.
Right? He built him like an Old Spice like computer, right? like really, I mean, like you would not believe it. We're talking custom cases and custom everything, and just
Well,
like,
if money's not the option, then
computers that cost like more than our houses and cars and shit. And just like you wouldn't believe some of the stuff these guys do. Like crazy themed builds. Like they'll take a brand new case, and they'll cut holes in it and scar it all up and paint it and make it look like it's like some kind of spaceship that's been in like a battle. this is your computer case you were talking about, right? And they're
Crazy.
gonna look like it's like some starship that got into some huge battle and like just the most craziest things you've ever thought of. It's unbelievable what these guys are doing with computers now. Like I just
What's the matter? Come here.
Kitty,
Come
kitty.
Come here, kitty. Everybody's talking.
you just wait till we have more computers in our guns, dude. You just wait.
Oh, that's crazy stuff, dude. That is.
Nah, I'm not owning nothing but this one.
You just wait.
And
It's already here.
and no, only if Joe Biden takes away everybody's rights. What is that noise?
No, I'm not talking about like the computers where they want to like make you have a fingerprint and only the person who owns that gun can shoot it. I'm not talking about that bullshit. I'm talking about like Pro 2A shit, right? Where guys are like, oh, I can set like they already have it, like the digi trigger and stuff. They already have like simple forms of it, right? But wait until it gets advanced to where we can set fire rate, trigger pull, trigger length
Like,
control.
Dude,
Yeah.
I've
And-
already got that on my paint gun. I can shoot up to 2,600 rounds a minute on my electronic paint gun.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is that like wait until that like the good side of that
Yeah.
catches up to the 2A industry, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, like yeah, and we're already getting there with optics. So
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen all the crazy new optics are out,
Yeah.
right? Where it has a built-in rangefinder and it'll put a dot on the screen exactly where you
Where
need
you
it.
need to adjust the fire. Yeah, that
And
was
it has
coming out back in.
ballistics. Yeah,
yeah.
for your exact bullet with the exact feet per second and ballistic coefficient, everything.
Wasn't that first stock or scope called the Illuminator or Eliminator or something
Yeah,
like that?
the Burris, the
One that had that.
yeah, Eliminator or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah.
they've gone way past that now. Like
Hmm.
there's even Chinese ones out now, right? That are like $200, dude. Right?
wow.
And I'm not saying that those work, but that's a sign of the times. So
Sure.
our optics are already like getting to that point. Like there's already digital triggers out there. It's just going to keep progressing, right? Like there's a device that you can put on the side of your gun. It doesn't really attach to anything. You can just put it on the side of any gun, and it's a round counter. It's an LED, and it just senses the. I don't know if it senses the recoil or the noise. It's one or the other. I can't remember, but it'll count down your rounds. So you put it on the side of your AR, right, and it'll say 30, and you pull the trigger 5 times. It'll tell you 25 rounds left in the gun, like a bright red LED. And like and that's going to keep progressing, and I can't wait to see the kind of stuff that they have in like 10 years. Like
Absolutely.
the Army has a 50 BMG round that tracks its way to the target. So you can aim at a target with your scope, okay?
hmm
You click a button, and now it's locked on that target. Now you can aim the gun 6 feet to the left, pull the trigger, and that round will curve in air and hit the target.
That's almost like that rocket gun they had out, where it would actually propel itself different angles and different move left to
Yeah.
right, up,
This
down.
this doesn't have any kind of rocket or nothing. It is straight up just a a round with like a tiny little microprocessor in it with some fins.
Could you imagine how much
And
expensive that bullet would be?
the new one I saw doesn't even have fins. It has like a gyroscope in it inside the bullet, a little gyroscope, and the gyroscope controls where the round goes.
Damn.
And they're testing that for the military right now. So not only our ammunition is getting like computerized,
Who needs a sniper now?
and I hear a lot of bad stuff about like the computer stuff because of that whole fingerprint thing and the safety gun thing. Like I don't like screw that stuff. I'm looking forward to the stuff that like, and I don't necessarily want a gun that tells me like, oh, like I'm going to hunt a deer and like aim here at 800 yards and you get the deer or whatever. I don't necessarily want that, but there's other things similar to that I'd really like. That I think
Sure.
that'd be super cool. Especially like a 40-watt plasma rifle. Like, like,
Oh yeah. Thumbs up. Hey, Chico Eyes went live.
Chico
Check out.
did? What's he
Yep.
doing?
He's live right now. Hey, Mark left us. Sell out.
it could be I don't know, the way that that technology is advancing, man. Like, think about all the stuff we haven't heard of yet and stuff, like the cool
Oh,
stuff.
no
that
shit.
takes, right?
Absolutely.
What the hell is Chico doing? I'm gonna see what he's doing. I'm gonna drop a bomb on him. I'll be like, "What are you doing?" How many people we got watching? Where does it say on our screen? Dead horse.
I should tell you right there on StreamYard, I think, since you're the thing.
Since I'm the, yeah, but it doesn't say anything anywhere. Where do I find that?
I think just right on the screen there somewhere. I can't see because I'm not the host. But I think it should just say right on your screen there. I don't know, dude. It's been like it's been a while since I've used StreamYard, so
He's trying to give something away to something. I don't know.
Yeah, there's got to be somewhere on here that it tells you.
He's
you
talking about Olight or something he's going to give away.
5 watching.
And Cranky's over there.
Cranky Cletus.
Cranky Cletus. Cranky. What the heck? Well, guys, I was gonna have to say I'm probably going to have to hop off a little bit. It's starting to get not as late by you guys, but it's getting late here, and people are going to start complaining at me. So,
All right.
Happy
sorry, guys.
Live.
Well, Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah and Happy New Year.
Alone. No problem. Thanks, guys. Merry Christmas to everyone on the side chat. Meg, thanks for coming out. Everyone, James Pollard, everyone, thanks for stopping by. Hey, that guy named Willie Bulletman stopped by. Yeah, that's true. Guys, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. Merry Christmas. And Mr. Echo, I will find those primers and get them in the mail to you somehow.
All right. Well, you're going to be getting something from Will soon, too, because I got to go down and mail his stuff to him.
I've been waiting like a good little boy.
I know. I'm an idiot.
You're as bad as Kyle Lusk when it comes down to mailing stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
But Kyle drives. Kyle
I know,
has no excuse. I have an excuse. I mean,
I got you, brother. You don't have to say anything. I'm just messing with you.
no, I'm just kidding too. I
got you. All right, guys.
all
See
right,
you later.
brother. Be good.
Have a good night.
Chico, what are you doing, brother?
Yeah, we should probably shut this down though, because I gotta get going to bed. I got
All right.
I gotta cook a whole Christmas dinner starting at like 6 in the morning. I gotta.
Oh, you're just a big weakling.
Dude, I cook
All right.
Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner. Like, I cook, not my wife, for those, for the holiday days. So like I got and I'm not necessarily the most proficient at it. So it's like,
All right.
but it's late here. I've been up since 3:30 in the morning too, and it's midnight here. So I'm going on like 21 and a half hours. So
All right. Well, have a good one, Dead Horse. And everybody in the side chat, I'm going to start doing these on Saturday nights. I haven't figured out a time yet, but I'm in the Eastern time zone, so I'll figure it out and let everybody know. But thanks for coming by. That was my lovely wife yelling at me for being loud.
Yeah, do you see the button to end the stream on?
Yeah. I was just saying bye to everybody. Take care and have a good night, and have a Merry Christmas. Bye bye, everybody.
Merry Christmas.